Witam wszystkich Polaków. Proszę, abyście odłożyli wszystko na bok i włączyli myślenie. Nie będę używał słowa zjednoczenie i miłość, nie chcę tu uprawiać jakiegoś kaznodziejstwa, ale chcę przedstawić fakty i powiedzieć to, jak widzę dziś Polskę i jak miliony Polaków zapewne, i również miliony ludzi na całym świecie. Nikt jeszcze takiego wideo nie zrobił. Zdecydowanie nie chcę się ujawniać, gdyż nie chodzi mi o rozgłos odnośnie mojej osoby, ale na głos zasługuje prawda, a prawda to nie opinie czy preferencje, prawda nie jest subiektywna czy relatywna. Prawda to świat realny, jaki widzimy, bez poprawności politycznej i cenzury. A mainstreamowe media dziś tą prawdę zniekształcają, dlatego tak trudno ją odnaleźć. Oglądam od 3 lat politykę światową, geopolitykę z lewa, prawa, po angielsku, w większości po angielsku, z medii na całym świecie. I najważniejsze, by odnaleźć prawdę, w tym pomaga utrzymanie balansu. Nie można ponosić się zbytnio uczucią, lecz przeanalizować wszystko dokładnie. Jak wiemy dziś, to nie takie proste, ale niezbędne do podjęcia właściwej decyzji. Spróbujcie posłuchać, co chcę wam pokazać, czego media polskie w większości nie pokazują. Chcę, by jak najwięcej Polaków usłyszało, co mam do powiedzenia, bo uważam, że to dość ważne ze względu na dobro Polski i wszystkich Polaków. Leży mi to na sercu, zasługujemy na lepszą przyszłość. Więc dzielcie się tym wideo, które zrobiłem od serca, nie dla pieniędzy. Nasze życie to najcenniejsze, co mamy. Najważniejsze, co musimy wiedzieć, że świat i ludzie się zmieniają. Wszyscy to wiemy. Lecz dziś jest tylko wojna, która już od lat zapowiadała się pomiędzy globalistami z poglądami lewicowymi, i tu wlicza się radykalna lewica, progresywny liberalizm, polityczny islam i NGOs, a globalnym konserwatyzmem i krajami patriotycznymi oraz atakiem na wartości chrześcijańskie, które były i są fundamentem społeczeństwa Europy i USA i które po prostu są za tym, jak być normalnym, dobrym człowiekiem i dobrym dla innych. Zacznę od USA, bo tam się wszystko rozgrywa i tam się wszystko zaczęło. USA przed 2015 rządzona była nie za dobrze, była rządzona przez demokratów, czyli lewicowców i globalistów. Nie wyszło to, delikatnie mówiąc, na dobre dla USA, no i niestety dla świata. Są winni niektórych konfliktów, ale ponieśli też największe w świecie finansowe koszty oraz tysiące amerykańskich żołnierzy polegli i byli oni różnych narodowości. Trump wystawił na pokaz światu cały ten establishment w USA, dlatego mainstream media tak go atakują. Trump nigdy nie był za wojnami. Kto tak naprawdę jest? Amerykanie prawdę znają, dlatego Trump wygrał. Amerykanie mieli już dość. Pola naprawdę dla Polski, którą PiS zna. Mainstreamowe media zmieniają stronę ze względu na to, kto wygra. Może nie od razu, ale zmieniają powoli narrację w stronę tych, którzy wygrywają. Odzwierciedla się to przykładowo najlepiej w USA i Polsce od 2015 roku do teraz. Wcześniej oczywiście atakują do końca ekstremalnie, na tyle ile się da, siejąc propagandę.
You know, nobody talks about the soldiers that are coming back with no arms and no legs. And I saw at Mar-a-Lago on Mondays, I make Mar-a-Lago my club that you know about.
In Palm Beach.
I make that twice now. On a Monday, I let returning Iraqi injured soldiers come to the premises. The most beautiful people I've ever seen. But they're missing arms and legs. They're with their wives. Sometimes they're with their girlfriends. And the tears are coming down the faces of these people.
But I said, don't hit Iraq because you're going to totally destabilize the Middle East. Iran is going to take over the Middle East. Iran and somebody else will get the oil. And it turned out that Iran is now taking over Iraq. Think of it. Iran is taking over Iraq. And they're taking it over big league. We spent $2 trillion in Iraq. $2 trillion. We lost thousands of lives, thousands in Iraq. We have wounded soldiers who I love. They're great, all over the place. Thousands and thousands of wounded soldiers. And we have nothing. We can't even go there. We have nothing. And every time we give Iraq equipment, the first time a bullet goes off in the air, they leave it.
The left and the right view America and its history very differently. Conservatives view America as President Abraham Lincoln viewed it, as the last best hope of Earth. While acknowledging America's flaws, conservatives regard America as the best society ever created, giving more people of more backgrounds, more freedom, more opportunity, and more affluence than any other society, and doing more good for more people in other countries than any society in history. The left, on the other hand, sees America as having been and continuing to be a very flawed country, morally no better than many and morally inferior to many. The left's view is that America was founded by rich white males who were intent on protecting their race, their wealth, and in many cases, their slaves. America was and remains sexist, intolerant, xenophobic, and bigoted, a country of unacceptable material inequality where the super rich and big corporations have far too much power and influence. The further left one goes, the more negative the assessment of America. Here's a telling example. On my radio show, I once dialogued with Howard Zinn, arguably the most influential American historian of the second half of the 20th century. Here is one part of our dialogue. Professor Zinn said, if people knew history, they would scoff at the idea that the United States is a force for the betterment of humanity. When I said that America has done more good for humanity than any other country, Professor Zinn responded, America has, quote, probably done more bad than good, unquote. For the left, the moral flaws in American history are enormous, but all the unique good America has done, both in America and abroad, is minimized or ignored. Take the example of slavery. This terrible institution is the most widely cited proof of American evil. The problem with that judgment, however, is that every civilization in world history, even including African societies, practiced slavery, often on a far larger scale than America did. But there are two other questions about slavery that must be asked in order to make a moral judgment about America. The first is, which societies were the first to abolish slavery? Since all societies had slavery, that is a far more important question to ask than who had slaves. It turns out that all the societies that first abolished slavery were rooted in the Jewish and Christian Bibles, and among them was the United States. The second question that needs to be answered is this: was America morally better than other societies in just about every other regard? And the answer is overwhelmingly yes. America gradually became the least racist, least xenophobic country in the world. In no country do people of every race and ethnicity become accepted as full members of the society as do immigrants to America. And no country in history has fought for the liberty of others as much as America has. That is why, for example, 37,000 Americans died in Korea, a country that offered America no economic gain. The purpose was to protect Koreans from communist tyranny. Today, South Korea, where American troops are still stationed, is one of the wealthiest and freest countries in Asia. Meanwhile, North Korea, the part of the Korean peninsula that America did not succeed in liberating, is the least free and poorest country on earth. Without America, people around the world would suffer from far more tyranny, enslavement, and genocide. The countries where American troops have remained long after their combat ceased, Germany, Japan, and South Korea, have prospered economically and morally. Countries that America abandoned, such as Vietnam and Iraq, experienced mass murder and other horrors. The left, however, views nearly all of America's wars since 1945 as expressions of superpower imperialism. Days before the 2008 American presidential election, the Democratic candidate, then Senator Barack Obama, announced, quote, "We are 5 days away from fundamentally transforming the United States of America." Exactly so. The left wants to fundamentally transform America. The right doesn't. Conservatives want to conserve America's unique greatness and improve it where necessary, but not transform it. If America is fundamentally transformed, it will not become better than other nations. It will become like other nations. I'm Dennis Prager.
Tutaj będą polskie napisy i to uważam, że to dość ważne wideo.
Britain votes to leave the European Union. The United States elects a president who says he'll put America first. Around the world, nationalism is winning elections. Many see this nationalist revival as the great danger of our time, fearing that nationalism will take us back to a more primitive and racist past. But it wasn't long ago that great political figures such as Woodrow Wilson and Teddy Roosevelt, David Ben-Gurion and Mahatma Gandhi, Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher recognized what I call the virtue of nationalism. So what is this virtue? A nationalist believes that the world is governed best when nations are free to chart their own independent course, cultivating their traditions and pursuing their interests without interference. Nationalism is not about racism. All nations are internally diverse. And it isn't about isolationism. Of course, nations can pursue a variety of different policies in diplomacy and trade. Nationalism is the opposite of imperialism, or globalism, or transnationalism, which are all names for the attempt to bring peace and prosperity to the world by uniting mankind under a single political authority. The debate between nationalists and globalists, then, is over whether we should aspire to a world of many independent nations, or to be one unified superstate, like the enlightened federation of the Star Trek movies. A case can be made for both sides of the argument, but for the last 30 years, really since the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989 and the end of the Soviet Union, the one world side has been dominant. Today, this is changing, maybe not among elites, but among ordinary citizens, or as they're known in America, the deplorables. It turns out that a lot of people still think good borders make good neighbors. It's hardly surprising that people want to preserve the way of life they and their ancestors built up over centuries, the way of life they believe is best. It's human nature. Our strongest loyalties are to those who are closest to us, to our family, then the larger community or tribe, and finally to the nation. Long ago it was discovered that the key to human freedom is to build political life out of this natural loyalty. By putting decision-making in the hands of the family, the community, and the independent nation, you could get people to cooperate with one another, join in the common defense, and willingly obey laws. The only alternative to this kind of community and nation-based politics is to use force, to coerce obedience. In the 20th century, communism and Nazism both sought to impose a universal vision at gunpoint. Both the communists and the Nazis were imperialists. They wanted to eliminate the independent nations of the world. Nationalism holds that borders are crucial. The border is where each nation's ambitions should stop. This idea first appears in the Bible, where Moses gives borders to Israel and tells the Jews they'll be punished if they trouble their neighbors. True to its biblical roots, the Protestant Reformation of the 16th century made the independent nation-state the political cornerstone of the modern world. When Henry VIII declared that England would no longer obey dictates from Rome, he became Europe's first true nationalist. Soon, additional nations declared their independence, the Dutch from Spain and America from Britain, to cite just two examples. The competition among these newly independent peoples led to an explosion of innovation, bringing unprecedented progress in science, industry, and government. For nearly 400 years, the principle of national independence served as the foundation for a better, freer world. But World War I and World War II changed everything. Traumatized by these catastrophic conflicts, many now seek comfort in a simplistic narrative, ceaselessly repeated, that nationalism caused 2 world wars and the Holocaust. But this is one of the great untruths of our time. Adolf Hitler was no nationalist. He was an imperialist. If his ambitions had been limited to ruling Germans, it would have been terrible for Germany. But the French, the British, the Russians, and everyone else would have been spared a world war. Sadly, European elites learned the wrong lesson, believing that independent nations are inherently dangerous. Better, they reasoned, that all countries should live under one government. In 1992, this vision gave birth to the European Union. British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher hated the idea. She didn't want the bureaucrats in Brussels making decisions for Brits in Birmingham. But in the utopian 1990s, Britain thought it was better to dump Thatcher and go with Brussels. It's the spirit of Margaret Thatcher, and indeed of Henry VIII, that reasserted itself in Britain's vote for independence from Europe in June 2016. Donald Trump tapped into the same spirit of nationalism 5 months later in November 2016. Nationalism is making a comeback. If you care about freedom, you should hope it succeeds. I'm Yoram Chazoni, author of The Virtue of Nationalism for Prager University.
People and the Polish people know.
Bo naród amerykański i naród polski bardzo dobrze wie i zdaje sobie sprawę, że silny sojusz wolnych, niezależnych, suwerennych narodów to najlepsza obrona naszej wolności, zarówno teraz, jak i na zawsze.
This large, magnificent planet. The truth is plain to see. If you want freedom, take pride in your country. If you want democracy, hold on to your sovereignty. And if you want peace, love your nation. Wise leaders always put the good of their own people and their own country first. The future does not belong to globalists. The future belongs to patriots. The future belongs to sovereign and independent nations who protect their citizens, respect their neighbors, and honor the differences that make each country special and unique.
Good evening. Poland. There is an election in Poland next weekend. And you know, there's something different in Poland. Yeah, it's the people. They are different. You are doing something right. You are protecting your country. And then you get these smart politicians who will actually listen to you. Very smart. And then they will get elected again and again. Yeah. It's a fantastic system. It's called democracy. Yeah, you are protecting your country, and people need to know what's happening in Poland. They don't have the same problem as the rest of Europe because of the people and because of the politicians. And there's one thing that is quite interesting. The ruling party, Law and Justice, PIS, they might get 50% this time. 50. That's a big number. They are very close in the polls. Yeah. And of course, the rest of Europe, they will accuse you guys in Poland of being racist and Nazis. Of course, they are predictable. This is what they will do. And they will accuse your politicians of being Nazis and racist. Of course. Because they can't understand how you vote, the way you vote. And they are afraid, of course, of this coming to their own country. They are scared. Yeah. So they will do it.
I cóż ja odpowiem ci? Może to zapomniana dawno gdzieś muzyka, może mazurki, może walce Fryderyka, może nadzieja do czekania lepszych dni.
Piotrze, może czas na nowy program Zabij mnie swoją muzyką.
Chyba tak.
Piotruś,
No prawie, że umarłam.
tak epatujesz tym głosem z takim zadowoleniem. Coś okropnego.
Nie możesz się cieszyć, że śpiewa?
Chłopie, ciesz się, ale nie śpiewaj takich piosenek. Jakieś bogoojczyźniane, takie patriotyzmy, to jest coś okropnego. Nie daj się w to wciągnąć. Nie idź tą drogą.
Dobrze,
Chyba Ela wszystko powiedziała, no.
Piotrze, dziękujemy.
Wielki głos
Może ja
w takim
powiem
małym
tak.
ciele.
Uważam, że moje wykonanie jednak było i tak najlepsze, ponieważ w tych czasach emigrowanie jest bardzo częste, niestety, a mi się wydaje, że jednak ojczyzna jest najważniejsza. Dziękuję.
Nie w tej Polsce, o którą walczyłem, to wiesz.
Being drilled in a way. Poland was just a land of business for many European influences, politicians as well. And it's not the way we want to have a Poland. We want to have a strong, proud Poland. These are not empty words. We want to be a partners. We are very open for the discussion. We want to be within the European Union. We don't want to leave the European Union. We are not populists, nationalists, but we don't want to be treated like small children. And we want to be a partner, and we want to be listened. No one really spoke to us. No one really asked us about anything. Mr. Timmermans didn't ask the Venice Commission. He just go out and gave his opinions, political opinions. As I said, he never mentioned any paragraph. And he's not even elected. And he's trying to tell me about the rule of law. More respect. And think about it. We want to be the part of this family, but respect us.
Nationalists versus globalists. It's the political divide of our era. On one side stands those with a fierce devotion and loyalty to their own country. its interests, its people, its borders, and its laws. On the other rests a group obsessed with placing the assumed interests of the entire world above those of individual nations. The sort of people who look at the architecture, art, music, literature, and diverse cultures of Western civilization and think, you know what those places really need? A little enrichment, a la acid attacks, grooming gangs, rape epidemics, Sharia law, and the spectacle of terror. So, who's winning? One glance at the electoral wins in recent history from Europe to North America to South America, and one might say that the nationalists are out front. But in this video, I'm going to make the case that Team Globalist is about to eclipse our victorious battles with a single document which spells the final death blow for every signatory nation in this war. I present to you the United Nations Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration, or as I like to call it, the National Suicide Pact. Now, if you haven't already heard of this deal until now, you're likely not alone. There's been a virtual media blackout on the topic in countries like mine up here. Now, this 34-page National Suicide Pact is laden with all the usual internationalist buzzwords and mumbo-jumbo, but one needn't read between the lines or inject conjecture to understand the sweeping devastation this document will hail. In a sentence, this pact makes migration a human right, wherein every signatory nation will de facto and de jure hand over its sovereignty to the unelected and unaccountable United Nations. Don't believe me? See for yourself. First, there is no mention of the term illegal anywhere in the document. Instead, throughout it, illegals, economic migrants, and refugees become conflated classes, all coming together under one group that has a human right to go where they please, when they please, for whatever reason, in the most comfortable way possible. Moreover, migration, for any reason, is something that needs to be promoted, enabled, and protected. The UN's National Suicide Pact, which almost all UN member states, by the way, will sign in Morocco come early December, is divided into 23 objectives. Here are just a few of the most alarming ones, and you'll forgive me if I summarize, but if you wish to be more thorough, do feel free to pause this video and read for yourself. I'm just not. That's how you respect the media. Tell them what to write, fund the ones who listen, and eliminate those who don't. As I am about the prospect of any nation surviving this suicide pact, here is the silver lining. A handful of based and red-pilled nations have announced that they will withdraw from this self-slaughter. The US, Hungary, Slovakia, Poland, Austria, and Australia are, at the time of taping this video, the 6 sole states out of the 193 UN member states who have said hard pass to this pact. Dear God, help us, yeah. It's even worse for we Canucks. East and Africa. Canada's paving the way to a more severe, permanent global migration crisis because we're looking out for Turkey, Lebanon, Uganda, and Bangladesh. His words, not mine. And that, my friends, is the trouble with the globalist mindset. This pathological altruism and obsession with morality for thee totally neglects morality for you and me, the nation's taxpayers and voters, the senior citizens spending the sunset of their life with a slashed pension owing to the national austerity measures, Joe and Jane's six-pack, mom and dad to 3, handing over almost half of their paychecks to the government so that they in turn can pay these migrant money pits for doing absolutely nothing besides showing up. The millions of millennials and college students who will never know a job with benefits, and many of whom won't ever likely get the chance to retire because our politicians are too busy looking after men of military age from another continent to pay attention to us. It's clown world. This pact isn't about charity. It's highway robbery of our nation's heritage, our future. This pact isn't about human rights. It's about injecting the radical ideas of unelected, unaccountable bureaucrats into the national legislature of countries who were never asked if we wanted to be invaded in the first place. Thanks everyone for tuning in. I know
Mamy zwycięstwo i bardzo się z tego cieszymy. Ale pamiętajcie, to są tylko badania. To nie jest jeszcze zwycięstwo ostateczne. Ale mimo wszystko mamy powody do radości.
All right there, everyone. Conservative nationalist populism triumphs once again in Poland. That's what we'll be talking about today's video. I can't think of any better way to start off this week than celebrating the nationalist populist victory in Poland yesterday. And that's exactly what we're going to be doing. Greetings, everyone. A week on the rise of a new conservative age. No country, no nation is leading the way to a new conservative age more faithfully and triumphantly than the nation of Poland. We're going to take a look at the results of their national election yesterday, how they compared to their last elections, and what those results mean for the future of nationalist populism in Poland and in Europe as a whole. It's going to make your day. All right, everyone, the nation of Poland had their national elections yesterday, and the big question leading up to it was whether the ruling Law and Justice Party, that's Poland's conservative nationalist populist party, the right-wing traditionalist party, the question was whether they were going to be able to hold on to their majority. Okay, so in many respects, while the nationalist hero Viktor Orban in Hungary has been around for some time now, he's now serving his third straight term, fourth overall. But many scholars, I think, are rightly arguing that the new wave of nationalist populism that swept through Europe really began with Poland when the conservative nationalist populist Law and Justice Party first came to power back in 2015. So it was Poland that was the precursor for the Brexit shocker in 2016 and the rise of Marine Le Pen in France and the AfD, the Alternative for Germany, in 2017, the rise of the right-wing coalition in Austria, the rise of Lega, Matteo Salvini in Italy the following year, the rise of the Sweden Democrats, the True Finns, the Danish People's Party, Vox in Spain, the Conservative People's Party in Estonia. We could keep going on and on and on. It was Poland that really got the nationalist ball rolling back in 2015. Law and Justice Party back then was the opposition party. Okay, so Poland had basically been ruled by center-left globalist governments more or less since communism fell. It was ruled by center-left globalists who wanted to so-called modernize Poland, right? Bring it up to speed in globalist terms. So they were prioritizing unfettered immigration, globalist capitalism, liberal lifestyle values, pushing the church, particularly the Catholic Church, out of the public square. The standard globalist one-size-fits-all for political, economic, and cultural life. Well, Poles weren't going to stand for that. All right, and they're a prime example of the process known as retraditionalization that we talk so much about on this channel. Retraditionalization, a million-dollar word, but it's basically the notion that in the face of threats to the defining identity markers so central to a people group, those people groups reassert their historic customs, cultures, and traditions as mechanisms of resistance against the anti-cultural, anti-traditional processes of globalization and secular aristocracy. And so the Law and Justice Party emerged after the 2015 election as the single largest political party in Poland. In fact, just to give you an idea of how impressive their victory was back in 2015, the Law and Justice Party was the first party to win an outright majority in Poland's post-communist history. Okay, that's what kind of blowout election it was. And so all eyes were on this election because the question, of course, was, here we are 4 years later, are Poles finally ready to go back to globalist norms? Right? Law and Justice Party have been harassed constantly by the bullies in Brussels, much like the swamp is harassing President Trump, right? So how are voters going to respond? Well, I am ecstatic to report that the Law and Justice Party scored an overwhelming victory in yesterday's national elections. In fact, they actually expanded their majority. They went from 38% of the vote back in 2015 to now getting 44 to 45% of the vote, a resounding victory. Again, just to give you an idea of their dominance here, the Globalist Party, the centrist civic coalition that was once led by the infamous Donald Tusk, right, one of the major bullies in Brussels, the civic coalition got just over half of what the Law and Justice got. They got about 26% of the vote. So the sentiments of the polls have clearly shifted to the nationalist populist right. What makes nations like Poland so incredibly impressive is that the nationalist populist party is dominating both domestic politics and European politics, right? We have to remember back in May, all the left-wing parties teamed up with one another to beat the Law and Justice Party-led right-wing coalition. What happened was that a number of pro-EU globalist parties formed a coalition, what they called the European Coalition. And the idea was that by banding together, these leftist parties thought they could beat out the reigning nationalist Law and Justice Party and bring a victory to pro-EU forces. Alas, not even close. The Nationalist Right Law and Justice Party won the European elections, getting a comparable 44% of the vote as over and against the opposition coalition. That total got 39%. Now, given that they faced a huge coalition of leftist or center-left pro-globalist parties, this election win really did solidify the Law and Justice Party as the single most dominant party in Polish politics, even before these national elections. Important point here is that the nationalist populists are winning at all political levels in Poland. They're winning at the local and regional levels. They're winning at the nationalist level, and they are winning at the continental or European Parliament level. Poland is leading the way to a new conservative age, and may God richly bless them in that position of leadership.
zostać miało naszą tarczą, nasza święta wiara, naszą bronią nacjonalizm. Mam Anjem Hondury, który zasłynął żądaniem wprowadzenia szariatu w Wielkiej Brytanii, powiedział: jednego dnia prawo szariatu zostanie wprowadzone także w Polsce, bo wierzymy, że należy usunąć wszystkie opresyjne reżimy. Jeśli rządzi wami ktoś inny niż Allah, to jest to forma ucisku. Dzięki naszej polityce i ten wasz reżim zostanie usunięty, a ludzie będą szczęśliwi. Tymże bez głów. Islam
Sama to Hitler właściwie też planował, który jest też z pochodzenia żydowskiego, też planował właściwie tą całą nagonkę. A kto nagonił na między rządzącymi Polską, nie Polakami, tylko rządzącymi Polską, a prezydentem Trumpem właściwie, nie Amerykanami, tylko prezydentem Trumpem, który jest szefem geszeftu tak zwanego, dużego.
Duda, który dzisiaj jest w Ameryce i który handluje nami jak połciem mięsa, handluje naszą młodzieżą, handluje naszą resztką armii, obieca wszystko, co Cezar Trump zapragnie. Więc my zacytujemy: wybrał Ciebie naród i byłeś znamienity, ale jeśli zdradzisz, to będziesz zabity.
majority, I think it's important to stress, the majority of demonstrators taking part in that protest were there to voice their support for Palestinians and to criticize the US's decision, but peacefully. However, a number of incidents did raise questions of anti-Semitism, and not only the flag burning. This has also emerged now. These videos, they show several protesters who can be heard singing a chant in Arabic, which translates into English as "Jews remember the Battle of Khaybar, the army of Muhammad is returning." And that chant is referring to the Battle of Khaybar, as it says, in the year 628, in which Jews were massacred and expelled from a town which is now in Saudi Arabia. And you know, we're seeing reports of the same chant being sung also at other pro-Palestinian protests around Europe, in London, in Vienna, and that to many Jews. And you know, we're seeing also at other pro-Palestinian, and you know, we're seeing reports of the same chant being sung also at other pro-Palestinian protests around Europe, in London, in Vienna, and that to many Jewish organizations is clearly an anti-Semitic attitude. Now, these incidents also come at a time in Germany where the Jewish community is voicing fears of a surge in anti-Semitic sentiments, not necessarily linked to Muslims, but also to right-wing extremism.
Israel, the occupying power, continues with its colonial policy and its daily violations. It continues to abuse, to arbitrarily detain, to carry out ethnic cleansing, steal land and natural resources, uproot trees, steal money. Israeli activity to Judaize Jerusalem, demolition of homes, confiscation of land and property, spoiling of natural resources.
Racist violations perpetrated by Israel.
Israel continues to commit various forms of human rights violations in Palestine.
Israel, the occupying power, is advancing in its efforts of mass colonization and continued apartheid, put an end to this colonialist regime.
Apartheid, atrocities and massive destruction inflicted on the Palestinian people.
War crimes, crimes against humanity, ethnic cleansing, and state terror.
Thank you. United Nations Watch.
Shukran, Sayyid Rais. I take the floor on behalf of the UN Watch. My name is Mosab Hassan Youssef. I grew up in Ramallah as a member of Hamas. I address the words to the Palestinian Authority, which claims to be the sole legitimate representative of the Palestinian people. I ask, where does your legitimacy come from? The Palestinian people did not elect you, and they did not appoint you to represent them. You are self-appointed. Your accountability is not to your own people. This is evidenced by your own total violation for their human rights. In fact, the Palestinian individual and their human development is the least of your concerns. You kidnap Palestinian students from campus and torture them in your jails. You torture your political rivals. The suffering of the Palestinian people is the outcome of your selfish political interest. You are the greatest enemy of the Palestinian people. If Israel did not exist, you would have no enemy of the Palestinian people. If Israel did not exist, you would have no one to blame. Take responsibility for the outcome of your own actions. You fan the flames of conflict to maintain your abusive power. Finally, you use this platform to mislead the international community to mislead the Palestinian society to believe that Israel is responsible for the problem you create. Thank you.
اليوم لو اعتذرت للشعب الفلسطيني وأعطت الاعتبار لمن ظلموا في السجن أو من قصة أيديهم وأرجلهم، بعد شهرين ثلاثة تعود حماس لممارسة دورها من جديد، لأن حماس بالفعل حركة إرهابية. بقول حماس حركة إرهابية، وحماس عبارة عن داعش فلسطين، وبالتالي مطلوب إنه الخلاص من هاي المجموعة الإرهابية اللي بتسيطر على قطاع غزة.
Saying that name is enough to get people's attention, to cause some weird looks, or to cause a heated discussion. So many people have an opinion about Israel. Some hate it, others don't even want to recognize it, and some are just in love with it. And there are some who think that Israel, a tiny country with 8.5 million people, is responsible for as many problems in the world as you can think, especially the problems in this world. I thought it would also be a good idea to go back to Turkey and make a little bit peace. While I was there, I thought I should do the right thing and also talk to my parents about everything that I feel, everything that I think about this religion, about my upbringing. And I told my parents for the first time that I don't believe in Islam and that I'm openly criticizing Islam. Some people might be surprised, but my parents did not indeed for a very long time know that I left Islam and that I'm doing this publicly. Some people reacted very funnily to that.
Do they know today?
No, they don't.
Hold on. You're on YouTube. Hold on.
In the end, I finally told them. I finally got it out. I finally shared it with them. It didn't go very well.
Israel has used the worst kind of abuse, ethnic cleansing, and imposing a regime of apartheid.
Israel continues to exercise apartheid in Palestine, which constitutes a crime against humanity, violence and terrorism that are being exercised against the Palestinian people.
These violations include the building of apartheid walls to legitimize the theft of land and to Judaize Jerusalem.
The separation wall is
an example of the apartheid policy practiced by Israel.
Israel's practices of discrimination as well as extremism.
United Nations Watch, have the floor.
Mr. President, let me begin by putting the following on the record. Everything we just heard from the world's worst abusers of human rights, of women's rights, of freedom of religion, of the press, of assembly, of speech, is absolutely false and indeed Orwellian. Today's report does not consider Israelis to be deserving of human rights, consistent with the approach of this Council, where today's notorious agenda item against Israel completely ignores their human rights. Now, over the weekend, President Abbas announced he was giving his highest medal to Rima Khalaf, who resigned from the Economic Commission of Western Asia, a Beirut-based UN agency of 18 Arab states, after Secretary General Guterres rightly instructed her to remove an absurd report which accused Israel of, quote, apartheid. Mr. President, why is Mr. Abbas celebrating a report written by the notorious Richard Falk after his own Palestinian mission here tried in 2010 to remove Mr. Falk on the basis that he was, quote, a partisan of Hamas, as we know from WikiLeaks? The accusation against Israel is absurd. Israel's 1.5 million Arabs.
Delegation of Palestine has the floor.
More than one statement goes beyond the mandate of this sitting, using unacceptable terms about Ms. Rima Khalaf, and so we would like this to be stopped. We have noted some terms which are humiliating vis-à-vis the Council, and we call for the respect of our traditions within the Human Rights Council. Thank you.
We would support the viewpoints that have already been expressed by the State of Palestine as well as Egypt.
Now the previous speaker can continue.
Thank you, Mr. President. Israel's 1.5 million Arabs, whatever challenges they face, enjoy full rights to vote and to be elected in the Knesset. They work as doctors and lawyers. They serve on the Supreme Court. Now, I'd like to ask the members of that commission that commissioned that report, the Arab states from which we just heard, Egypt, Iraq, and the others, how many Jews live in your countries? How many Jews lived in Egypt, Iraq, Jordan, Kuwait, Lebanon, Libya, Morocco? Once upon a time, the Middle East was full of Jews. Algeria had 140,000 Jews. Algeria, where are your Jews? Egypt used to have 75,000 Jews. Where are your Jews? Syria, you had tens of thousands of Jews. Where are your Jews? Iraq, you had over 135,000 Jews. Where are your Jews? Mr. President, where is the real apartheid? Why is there a UN commission on the Middle East that does not include Israel? From the 1960s and the 70s, they refused to include Israel. Where is the apartheid, Mr. President? Mr. President, why are we meeting today on an agenda item singling out only one state, the Jewish state, for targeting? Where is the apartheid, Mr. President? Once upon a time, the Middle East was full of Jews. Algeria had 140,000 Jews. Algeria, where are your Jews? Egypt used to have 75,000 Jews. Where are your Jews? Syria, you had tens of thousands of Jews. Where are your Jews? Iraq, you had over 135,000 Jews. Where are your Jews? Mr. President, why are we meeting today on an agenda item singling out only one state, the Jewish state, for targeting? Where is the apartheid, Mr. President?
Continue with the United Nations Watch.
Mr. President, 1 year ago in this chamber, I asked the Arab states a simple question. Where are your Jews? My question was met with dead silence. Millions of people worldwide watched the video, witnessing for themselves the hypocrisy and double standards that characterizes much of what is said and done here. Today I have come to provide the answer to my question. Algeria, Iraq, Syria, Egypt, Lebanon, Yemen, Libya. Your Jews fled as refugees after suffering persecution and deadly pogroms like the Farhud of Baghdad in 1941. Fortunately, countries like Israel, the US, Canada, France, and others opened their doors offering citizenship and equal rights. These Jewish refugees from Arab lands whose suffering and losses the UN has never addressed put their hardship behind them and built great lives for their families. Now let us contrast this with the situation of those descended from Arab refugees who fled the area of British mandatory Palestine during the invasion of nascent Israel by Arab armies. What is holding them back? The answer is simple. Palestinians are the only population in the world not eligible for services by the UN Refugee Agency. Instead, these descendants are governed by UNRWA, which holds generation after generation trapped in refugee camps, denied integration in the Arab countries they were born in, and denied resettlement elsewhere. Some of UNRWA's donors are waking up to the problem. As Swiss Foreign Minister has recently put it, by supporting UNRWA, we are only keeping the conflict alive. I thank you, Mr. President.
The defiance of President Trump's declaration on Jerusalem was already apparent at Monday's UN Security Council meeting, when all other nations, apart from the US, backed a resolution calling on Trump to rescind his move. That was eventually vetoed by America and therefore didn't get adopted. That sparked the Palestinians and their Arab and Islamic supporters to seek Thursday's General Assembly vote. Results were 128 in favor, 9 against and 35 abstentions. The vote came despite warnings from the US ambassador that Washington was willing to sever its hefty funding to the world body.
When we make generous contributions to the UN, we also have a legitimate expectation that our goodwill is recognized and respected. When a nation is singled out for attack in this organization, that nation is disrespected. What's more, that nation is asked to pay for the privilege of being disrespected.
Haley said the US will put its embassy in Jerusalem regardless of the vote. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu also said afterward that he totally rejects what he called the preposterous resolution, but he took the time to thank nations that chose to abstain. Those who voted in favor included many US aid recipients, including Jordan and Egypt, as well as many American allies. President Trump's threat of cutting foreign aid had raised the stakes at 30 American allies. President Trump's threat of cutting foreign aid had raised the stakes at Thursday's emergency meeting and triggered accusations from Muslims of US bullying, blackmail and intimidation. Arab, Islamic and non-aligned nations rejected his warning and urged a yes vote.
الماضية 104% فقط. هل تعلمون أنه خلال السنوات الماضية قتل نحو 100,000 مسيحي كل سنة؟ ولماذا؟ لا لذنب اقترفوه، فقط لكونهم يؤمنون بالمسيح. في العراق وحدها نزح أكثر من 77% سيادة الرئيس، أتحدث إليكم عن منظمة UN Watch. الواقف أمامكم هنا الأب نداف، مواطن مسيحي ابن الناصرة، البلد الذي احتضن المسيح وسيرته وتبشيراته. سادتي الأفاضل، بينما أقف هنا أمامكم اليوم، الأرض في الشرق الأوسط تروى بدماء المسيحيين الذين يقتلون يوميا. هل تعلمون أنه في بداية القرن العشرين كان المسيحيون في الشرق الأوسط يشكلون 20% من السكان، أما اليوم فإن نسبتهم هي 4% فقط. هل تعلمون أنه خلال السنوات الماضية قتل نحو 100,000 مسيحي كل سنة؟ ولماذا؟ لا لذنب اقترفوه، فقط لكونهم يؤمنون بالمسيح. في العراق وحدها نزح أكثر من 77% في سنة 2000، بالإضافة إلى قتل وتشريد الآلاف. في سوريا عاش نحو 2,000,000 مسيحي، أما اليوم فقد وصل العدد إلى 250,000 مسيحي فقط. إن المسيحيين في تلك البلاد يعاملون كمواطنين درجة ثانية، يواجهون تمييزا عنصريا دينيا اقتصاديا واجتماعيا. لماذا كل هذا؟ فقط بسبب دينهم، ذلك الدين الذي يؤمن وينادي بالمحبة والسلام بين البشر. المسيحي في الشرق الأوسط مهمش، حقوقه مسلوبة، أملاكه مباحة، عرضه ينتهك، رجاله تقتل، وأطفاله يشردون. إلى أين يذهب ومن يحميه ومن يحافظ على ممتلكاته؟ إذا نظرنا إلى الشرق الأوسط سيد الرئيس، نرى أن هناك مكان آمن واحد فيه المسيحيين غير مضطهدين، بل على العكس محميون، لهم حرية العبادة والتعبير عن الرأي، يعيشون فيه بتآخي وسلام ولا يتعرضون للقتل والإبادة. إنه إسرائيل الدولة التي أعيش فيها، الدولة اليهودية، هي المكان الوحيد الآمن حيث مسيحيو البلاد المقدسة يعيشون بأمان. يعيش في إسرائيل المسيحيون واليهود ليس فقط لكون المسيح يهودي الأصل ومولود في بيت لحم اليهودية، بل لأن مصيرهم مشترك ولديهم رغبة حقيقية وصادقة في التعايش والسلام. هل المجتمع الدولي يعترف بفضل إسرائيل في حماية المسيحيين فيها؟ العديد من المجتمعات الدولية اختارت أن تنتقد وتدين إسرائيل، وهذا برأيي جريمة مزدوجة، لأنه في هذه الحالة المجتمع الدولي يساند الذين يسعون لإبادة اليهود والمسيحيين والدروز واليزيدين من أجل مكاسب سياسية، وبهذا يساهم المجتمع الدولي للأسف في تفاقم الأزمة والوضع الإنساني في الشرق الأوسط، وخاصة وضع المسيحيين، ويدفعهم للنزوح عن بلد المسيح بحثا عن الأمن والأمان في بقاع الأرض المختلفة. حان الوقت ليستفيق العالم ليرى حقيقة الذين يسعون إلى تدمير الدولة اليهودية، إنما يساهمون في التعجيل بإصدار حكم الإعدام بحق المسيحيين في الشرق الأوسط والأرض المقدسة. وكيف هذا وهذه الأرض أرض إسرائيل شهدت مولد وحياة سيدنا يسوع المسيح؟ فإذا نزح المسيحيون منها فمن سيبقى عليها ومن أحق بها منهم؟ من موقعي هذا أناشدكم أنا الأب جبرائيل نداف من الناصرة، أنتم قادة الشعوب ومناشدي السلام، أوقفوا الذين يريدون تدمير الدولة اليهودية الحرة الوحيدة في المنطقة. إنها الملاذ الآمن الوحيد الذي يفتح ذراعيه لكل مواطنيه ويحميهم. إنها المكان الذي لا يسعى إلى دفع المسيحيين للنزوح وترك أرضهم بحثا عن الأمن والأمان. إني أرجوكم من أعماق قلبي أن تصغوا إلى استغاثة مسيحيي الشرق وتضرعاتهم قبل أن يفوت الأوان، وتقرأوا عنهم في كتب التاريخ. شكرا سيد الرئيس.
Listen, for real persecution in religion in the world, there are more Christians being killed than any other group right now, obviously largely in the Middle East. The Buddhists.
Hard to believe, but 80% of the world's population lives in countries where religious liberty is in significant danger or even completely outlawed.
The Muslim North has been killing the Christians in the South for over 30 years. 2 million of my people lost their lives. These people have been driven from their villages, but as you can see, these camps are now much better.
Our next guest says the problems at these schools are about more than Hamas hiding rockets. She's pointing to a video that her group uncovered last year. She says it shows Palestinian children apparently being indoctrinated to wage jihad against Israel. Watch for yourself.
The summer camp teaches us that we have to liberate Palestine, and we have to be determined in order to return. A long time ago, before we were born, our parents were on the beach. They sailed ships. They would travel. They had cars, places, and villas. Do we still have the sea? Where is the sea? Do you want to go to the sea? Yes! While our families were having fun on the beach, we were having a barbecue and a wolf appeared. Who is the wolf? The Jews! Isn't it true that the Jews are the wolf? What did the Jews do to us? They expelled and deported us. They killed us and shot our families. They expelled us from our villages. They arrested our fathers and grandfathers. Correct? And where did they expel us to? To the refugee camp. Who expelled us? The Jews.
All right, we are speaking to both sides of this very heated debate tonight. Chris Gunnis is the spokesperson and Director of Advocacy and Strategic Communications for UNRWA. But first, we're going to talk to Brooke Goldstein, Human Rights Attorney and Director of the Lawfare Project. All right, Brooke, tell us about this video, where it came from, what you think it says about what these kids are being told.
So this video was co-produced by the Center for Near East Policy Research and the Lawfare Project in response to repeated denials by UNRWA and by people like Chris Gunnis, who you're going to hear from after me, that the curriculum is totally innocuous, that there's nothing that espouses violence in the curriculum that U.S. taxpayer dollars are funding in UNRWA schools. And the truth is just the opposite. So what we did is we sent Palestinian cameraman to UNRWA schools so that the audience can see for themselves what's happening. And what we also did is we produced a document that's been shared with members of Congress called Exposing UNRWA, which is available on our website, that basically translates line for line the curriculum that UNRWA is using. An 8th grade textbook says, "Hearing weapons clash is pleasant to my ear, and the flow of blood gladdens my soul, as well as bodies thrown upon the ground." In the Balata refugee camp, they teach the song, "When we die as martyrs, we go up to heaven. Don't say we are children, because life has made us older." And what we've also documented is the collaboration, the direct collaboration between the United Nations Relief Works Agency and Hamas, a designated terrorist group in the United States by the EU, in Canada, and how UNRWA is literally hiring Hamas rocket engineers to serve as teachers to recruit innocent Palestinian children so they can operate as child soldiers and suicide bombers and to act as human shields.
Let me jump in here. A couple of
when you ask what have the Germans done to the Jews, you must always ask what have done the Jews to the Germans. This small minority managed to control about 50% of the media. They were absolutely overrepresented as today in England, in France and in the United States. And this is why Adolf Hitler came to power. The Zionists said we must give a counter-propaganda, we must make something negative, 6 million corpses. And so came this fantastic number of 6 million, which is in every
Today, anti-Semitism is not just a prejudice. It's 26 people held hostage in a kosher supermarket. It's 3 children and a teacher gunned down at a Jewish school. It's a Holocaust survivor murdered in her apartment. It's 11 body bags in 12 years. Nathaniel Azoulay nearly ended up in one too. He says he and his brother were attacked in a Paris suburb by a group of local Muslim kids, one of them armed with a saw. We were in our car and it happened very quickly, he said. It happened just because I had the kippah on.
Just because you were wearing a kippah. Seulement parce que vous portez le kippah.
His speech changed when he saw the kippah, he told us. He started hurling anti-Semitic insults. Jew, you're gonna die on this road. Azoulay believes that his knowledge of Krav Maga, the martial art form favored by the Israeli military, saved his life. Instructor Avi Atlan says he has seen an uptick in the number of young Jews wanting to learn to defend themselves. It's very sad, but that's where we are, he told us. There are so many people who hate Jews. According to the French government, the number of anti-Semitic acts here increased by a staggering 69% in the first 9 months of this year. And the nature of the attacks is changing, becoming more violent. But anti-Semitism is a complex issue here. Analysts say the traditional anti-Semitism of the far right has been compounded by a more recent threat from radical elements in France's Muslim population. Hakim al-Karawi has advised previous governments on what some are calling the new anti-Semitism.
We now speak about the Muslim
anti-Semitism, which is a reality in which aligns the anti-Semitism from the far right and from the far left, which is mostly directed towards Israel.
A CNN poll found that more than a quarter of French people have a somewhat or significantly less favorable opinion of Jews as a result of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Of the Middle East has lapped up on France's shores. They're right to be afraid because the conflict in Palestine has reached here. That's why there's this situation, Muslim resident Malika says. But for me, when I see a Jew next to my place or on the street, I say we are the same family. They have nothing to do with what's going on in Palestine. They're afraid for their children, and that's crazy.
The bad guys have been moving from the planning stage to the implementation stage over the last decade, and therefore the bonds of secrecy have been loosened. There is a lot more information available to the public than in the past, and many of these issues are no longer exclusive to the realm of conspiracy theory. Yet, according to this clip we just heard, the bad guys who hold all the power and are planning this New World Order are actually control of how many this New World Order are actually in control of how many people now come to learn about their plans. And they are redirecting the public to somehow see Zionists as being responsible for all the terrible things that they themselves are doing all over. Now, those of us in the resistance here in Israel understand that whoever controls the foreign policies of America and Europe have been working very hard to shrink the state of Israel and expel Jews from portions of our ancestral homeland. Which means that these people are clearly anti-Zionist. Zionism being the national liberation movement of the Jewish people. These people are working against the Zionist revolution. They are trying to shrink and weaken the state of Israel and expose the Jewish nation to some very serious dangers. So, Eliyahu, do you see the ruling elite's use of disinformation to incite their domestic resistance against Zionism as a clever way for them to use their own opponents against their true target?
Sure. It's just divide and conquer, basically. And you're pinning, you're putting the blame. You're saying it's a certain individual or group is the enemy, deflecting blame from yourself and attacking them.
So essentially, the ruling elite is succeeding at redirecting everyone who thinks that they are fighting against the ruling elite to actually fight against us, who are in reality that ruling elite's primary victims. At least they're primary victims right now. I mean, for example, people like Alex Jones and Jeff Rentz, who are supposedly bringing truth to the American public, are actually misleading their listeners into believing that the New World Order is a Zionist plot. These guys...
Yeah, exactly that. It's some misinformation to try to... it's really, if you look at the world scale, the people that are suffering the most and being caused to lose sovereignty is Israel. So if this is a Israeli or Jewish conspiracy, why are the gas prices in Israel so high? Why are the borders in Israel constantly threatened? Doesn't make sense.
Right, and these guys, people like Alex Jones, are essentially agent provocateurs for the establishment, and their job is to spread disinformation to make Zionists, the victims, actually look like the perpetrators. And the biggest proof that these guys are spreading disinformation for the establishment is that their network, the Genesis Communications Network, where both Jeff Rense and Alex Jones broadcast from, this network is actually an affiliate of ABC. That's right, ABC, as in the Disney-owned American Broadcasting Corporation, the epitome of mainstream corporate media and home of establishment propagandist Peter Jennings. And that's exactly the point, because Alex Jones and Jeff Rense are essentially no different from Peter Jennings. They have the same bosses and the same mission. The only difference is that they have a different target audience. What we're seeing here are basic COINTELPRO tactics. Eliyahu, you with me on this? Am I making sense?
Absolutely. It's just, it's exactly what you're saying. We're using it with the media instead of with the military. Just trying to fund both sides, so to speak. You know, take positions from both sides just to keep on maintaining a sustained battle. They do it on the battlefield, they do it in the media.
Right, so basically these agent provocateurs are trying to make Zionism appear synonymous with globalism. But this only works because people, especially in America, are so ignorant as to what Zionism is. By nature, Zionism and globalism are diametrically opposed, because Zionism is the national liberation movement of the Jewish people. It is our aspirations for self-determination in our ancestral homeland, to have our own Jewish nation-state in our own country. And globalism ultimately seeks to replace all nation-states with one central regime, like you said, Eliyahu. The European Union is a perfect example of this. The borders between European countries have essentially disintegrated. Today, a person from Spain can travel to France or to Greece or to Italy or to Germany without a visa and without even having to change money, because they all share a currency. By undermining the notion of national sovereignty, globalization deprives small nation-states of their inherent right to self-determination. And because the forces of global economics seek to amalgamate continents into unified blocks, globalization contradicts the basic tenets of Zionism and directly threatens Israel's existence as a small Jewish state situated in a mostly Arab region. So I urge listeners not to be sheep and to actually pay attention to the news, learn history, and try to gain a basic knowledge of political science. Now, Eliyahu, in your opinion, how can we in the Zionist resistance, those of us fighting to keep our homeland free from foreign rule, those of us trying to keep globalization out of the Middle East, how can we reach out to the resistance in other parts of the world, activists fighting against the same bad guys as we are, and make them realize that we are not their enemies, but actually their allies in the struggle? How can we do that?
Well, if you want to do that, then you have to make the message geared towards the common denominator of being oppressed by those that are the power brokers that are trying to create solid regional blocks. So you have to tie every struggle in with each other by that as a common threat.
So how would
But right now we're kept. They do it intentionally. They keep us with their little petty differences between each other. So it's divide and conquer. So we fight amongst each other, kill each other. And there's no one left to fight. We're busy fighting our own little battles that don't make any damn sense. So busy like that.
In 30 seconds, how would you tell somebody? You meet somebody at a concert, you meet somebody at a protest, you meet somebody on the subway, and you know that he's fighting against the same people as you, but he thinks that Zionism is bad. He thinks Israel is part of the establishment and not, a country fighting for our survival against essentially the whole of the international community. In 20 seconds, in 30 seconds, what would you say to him?
We've certainly got snakes within our midst, but if you look at the track record, we've been supportive of global distinctions between people, but a peace amongst all nations. We've developed lots of things that have been beneficial to all people. And look, we're the most threatened nation on the chopping block of the UN. So the people that are controlling the power structure obviously have the sights set on us more than any other place. Look at who's the underdog. The smallest nation of people, a 1/4 or 1%, but we attract everyone's attention.
Right. Well, Eliyahu Chaim, thank you so much for being with us on the show. I wish you continued.
The The UN Charter guarantees equal treatment for all nations. Yet too often, the UN discriminates against Israel. Dictators try to deflect attention by scapegoating the Jewish state.
The Arab group.
Okay, is there a difference between globalists and not Zionist? Are they two different things? Can they, or they have the same agenda?
I'm sure as everybody knows, there's probably 5 different types of Zionists. There's Christian Zionists, there's Orthodox Zionists, there's leftist Zionists, there's communist Zionists. And so it just becomes an easy throwaway in the media to go, oh, this person doesn't want Israel blown off the map and handed over, the most crazy Islamicists there are who are always fighting with each other. So he's sold out to the all-powerful magical Zionists. You go over to Israel, obviously people connected to Benjamin Netanyahu, had one of the previous prime ministers probably whacked. It's just like here, they're fighting.
Yes.
And so there are Zionists that believe Israel has a right to exist. Then there are whacked out Rothschild Zionists who are just using Jews and others for their world government.
Yes.
And so I would say that whole Rothschilds model, I wouldn't say it's a Jewish conspiracy. It's just the Rothschilds who are trying to get rid of Benjamin Netanyahu. Like people say, well, why?
You think he's a good guy, Benjamin?
I think the U.S. and Israel have a lot of the same interests, and where those work, we can work together.
State of Israel.
But I think Jared Kushner got the Saudi Arabians to stop funding Al-Qaeda and ISIS so we could get rid of them.
Interesting.
And I think Netanyahu likes him. And all I'm saying is every leftist publication and globalist publication says that Kushner sucks and that Benjamin Netanyahu sucks. I'm not getting involved in Israel. And
Fourth estate is molding us today. We form our worldview, our perception of reality, depending on how the mainstream media presents the information to us. In the Western world, the dictatorship of the liberal paradigm is all too obvious when it comes to the media, but it's become especially brazen during the US presidential race. All the big media moguls openly supported the war criminal Hillary Clinton. Round the clock, with the help of lies, distortions, and fake polls, they praised her political platform and assured of her inevitable win. Meanwhile, all the front pages of every other publication portray Trump as a loser, intentionally exaggerating his supposed dark past. His words taken out of context and repeated over and over on all media outlets. On November 8, the main Western media operations had already prepared their November 9 issue with Hillary's portrait on the cover and headline, Madam President. And television programs have prepared reports praising the lady kingpin of the world financial elites. But something went wrong, and all the pre-scripted news packages turned a complete fiasco. They've put everything on the line and failed miserably. The predetermined Clinton win has suffered a death blow. The numbers spoke for themselves. Trump won. No one in the US mainstream media believed or wanted to believe in Trump. No one except for those in the scientific polls, Los Angeles Times, and one dynamic, highly passionate, energetic, and unrelenting journalist and documentary producer Alex Jones, the director and editor-in-chief of InfoWars News. It is this journalist who had the courage to show the truth of what is really going on in the United States. For many years, he has been fighting the false narratives of the mainstream media information. He has exposed the globalist liberal ideology prevailing in a totalitarian style on the modern Western media front. He reported on the financial elites, their stakes and strategies during the election. Alex Jones believes that behind all the world's media outlets there's an ideological liberal agenda which aims at building a unipolar empire. This world government manipulates all the prominent media systems for the sake of their own personal interests. He was all but ostracized for continually exposing the war crimes of Hillary Clinton. They avoided mentioning his name, and his website suffered repeated denial of service attacks. But they couldn't stop him. His videos continue to gather hundreds of thousands of views. Infowars.com was practically the only resource where the elections were covered thoroughly and objectively. They didn't cut their live feeds when someone voiced criticism toward the FBI, and they discussed the WikiLeaks dumps. Infowars has built itself to serve the interests of the American people. This media organization showed its independence from the world financial elites. It showed its sovereignty from the globalist owners. And today, when all the mainstream liberal media have utterly been discredited, revealing themselves as puppets, Infowars, along with the new independent media outlets, are becoming powerful forces in the new era and new paradigm which ushered Donald Trump.
This was
Then there was this.
A few days ago, I called the fake news the enemy of the people, and they are.
Getting your head around the fact that the mainstream media is the enemy of the American people.
On Twitter, Jones took...
What I'm pissed at Israel for, Israel with Netanyahu and others has been selling us out to China, but that was an Obama policy, so it was okay to do then. Netanyahu and others has been selling us out to China, but that was an Obama policy, so it was okay to do then. Trump said it's over now. China, but that was an Obama policy, so it was okay to do then. Trump said it's over now. This group, founded by the Skull and Bones, itself founded by the Illuminati. This is a German death cult. I'm not saying Germans run everything. I'm saying I study the elite, and they're not doing in the Jewish mafia or the Italian mafia or these different Illuminati groups, and I've talked to high-level folks. They are German death cults. And I've talked to high-level Hollywood people, and they go, no, you're right. At the highest level, it's a weird German death cult. It's Faustian. Well, you know, I actually, there are a lot of people with Polish background that send me fighting the New World Order. It's true. And I've got friends that are Polish. There's been a disproportionate amount of people with Polish last names involved in the Liberty Movement. So don't start a new conspiracy theory that, hey, how about we don't judge people off their last names? We judge them off what they do. You know, they're saying Trump's a Nazi because he's got a German last name. Let's judge people not off what color they are or their last name, but on what they do. Okay, listen carefully. Poland, other than Serbia and Hungary and Romania, but Poland more than probably any other nation in Eastern Europe, has stopped the Islamic invasion over 100 times.
Mówimy o stosunkach między rządzącymi Polską, nie Polakami, tylko rządzącymi Polską, a prezydentem Trumpem właściwie, nie Amerykanami, tylko prezydentem Trumpem, który jest szefem geszeftu tak zwanego, dużego, międzynarodowego, który realizuje aspiracje i powiedzmy chęci sionistów, nie powiem, że Izraelczyków czy tam Żydów, sionistów. I robi wszystko po to, żeby po prostu im się przypodobać, bo po prostu uznanie Jerozolimy za stolicą na przykład tego tworu sionistycznego jest czymś w rodzaju, przypomina powiedzmy układ z 17 roku, kiedy Francja i Anglia obiecały.
From Khorasan to Białystok.
From Tabriz to Szczecin.
From Bandar Abbas to Krakow. From Zabul to Lublin.
And in some, from Tehran to Warsaw. In memory of the travels of 40,000 people from each city of Poland to each city of Tehran.
1942.
Listen to my voice.
But not in the same way. In the last century, always your name was well known. Since the Second World War, when we both stood for peace. Until recent months for volleyball games. The excitement, passion, and enjoyment in the stadium.
But this time the name of your country isn't repeated for the game, nor for the story of Iranian hospitality.
This time it's the story of throne, wrath,
war, and...
It's unbelievable.
We have been always on same side. This side that never started the war.
From Second World War, we were...
Salam.
Salam. Salam.
80 years friendship. From Khorasan to Białystok.
From Tabriz to Szczecin.
From Bandar Abbas to Krakow. From Zabul to Lublin.
And in some, from Tehran to Warsaw. In memory of the travels of 40,000 people from each city of Poland to each city of Tehran.
1942.
Listen to my voice.
But not in the same way. In the last century, always your name was well known. Since the Second World War, when we both stood for peace. Until recent months for volleyball games. The excitement, passion, and enjoyment in the stadium.
But this time the name of your country isn't repeated for the game, nor for the story.
Are a few.
But an enemy is a lot.
Let's stay friends. Let's stay friends. Let's stay. 1,000 friends are a few.
But an enemy is a lot.
Let's stay friends. Let's stay friends. Let's stay friends.
Let's.
Iranians, which says 1,000 friends are a few.
But an enemy.
Peace-loving nations today is the repressive regime in Iran. The regime's record of death and destruction is well known to us all. Not only is Iran the world's #1 state sponsor of terrorism, but Iran's leaders are fueling the tragic wars in both Syria and Yemen. At the same time, the regime is squandering the nation's wealth and future in a fanatical quest for nuclear weapons and the means to deliver them. We must never allow this to happen. Stop Iran's path to nuclear weapons and missiles. I withdrew the United States from the terrible Iran nuclear deal, which has very little time remaining, did not allow inspection of important sites, and did not cover ballistic missiles. Following
Secretary of State Mike Pompeo on his way to Saudi Arabia this morning to meet with the Crown Prince as tensions rise with Iran in the wake of that attack on key Saudi oil facilities. Iran's leaders warning against any retaliation as chances of a meeting with President Trump are dwindling. Our chief global affairs anchor Martha Radd is tracking all the latest from Washington. Good morning, Martha.
Good morning, George. The State Department this morning is urging U.S. citizens traveling in Saudi to be more vigilant. This as Iran's president is calling the attack on the oil facilities a warning to the Saudis from Yemen to end the war there or face a wider conflict. And a U.S. forensic team in Saudi is examining a nearly intact cruise missile that missed its target and combing through debris at the oil facilities.
This image from Saudi social media appears to be missile wreckage, an image that analysts are examining from one of nearly a dozen cruise missiles that targeted Saudi oil facilities. A U.S. official says the investigators have found compelling forensic evidence from those missiles and the some 20 drones that hit the facilities.
Once they get the debris of these drones that crashed in the desert, they'll be able to very precisely match things like the wings and the tail to pictures that the Iranians themselves have published of their drones.
U.S. officials believe the missiles and explosive-laden drones were launched from southwestern Iran in a complex and precise attack which struck at least 17 targets. Since President Trump pulled out of the nuclear deal last year, there have been more attacks than ever blamed on Iran, major attacks on oil tankers in the Gulf, and that highly sophisticated U.S. drone that was shot down. Trump was considering military action in retaliation last summer, but backed off. But this attack is by far the most brazen and seemingly calculated. So why would Iran risk it?
The Iranians have gotten progressively more aggressive. They've seized ships, they've shot down a U.S. drone, and now this Saudi attack. They think they can get away with it. The U.S. is more bark than bite, but they want to pressure the U.S. to come back to the negotiating table and give them relief from sanctions.
Facing pressure from even some of his political allies, President Trump insisting that his restraint in dealing with past Iranian aggression is a sign of strength that some people just don't understand. This morning, President Trump tweeting that he has instructed the Secretary of the Treasury to substantially increase sanctions on the country of Iran using one of the many options available to him. What is clear is that if Iran is proven to be behind the attack, the pressure on President Trump to do something will only increase.
A dramatic press conference in Riyadh this afternoon. The Saudi army lays out the debris of both drones and cruise missiles that they say were recovered from the two oil facilities hit in the kingdom 4 days ago. The top line, according to the Saudis, Iran and the Iranian Republican Guard were responsible.
If the Iranian regime and the IRGC
4 days ago. The top line, according to the Saudis, Iran and the Iranian Republican Guard were responsible.
If the Iranian regime and the IRGC, they are trying to hide any evidence from the component and with the technology, they are mistaken.
The demonstration put meat on the bones of what the Saudis have been saying over the last few days. In short, that contrary to what the Iran-backed two said, the attack was not launched from Yemen. The Saudis' evidence shows that the missiles came from the north, and their range meant a launch site in Yemen would have been too far away.
The cruise missile is not coming from Yemen. The Houthi militia and the proxy in Yemen, they are just following the order of the IRGC. Those kind of attack is coming from the north with the capability that most likely from the north it can be launched from somewhere, and right now we are working to know exactly the launch point.
The presentation explained that 18 drones attacked the Abqaiq facility and that 4 cruise missiles hit the Kuras site. A further 3 missiles fell short. In other words, it could have been even worse. So, what will the Saudis actually do next? The key message throughout today's press conference was that this was an assault on the global energy infrastructure. So by implication, any retaliation would have to be international in nature.
It was an affront to international law, and those responsible should be held accountable for their actions.
Which brings us to the Americans. The US Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, arrived in Saudi Arabia within the last couple of hours. During the flight, Pompeo spoke to reporters. He called the strike on the Saudi oil facilities, quote, an Iranian attack that constituted, quote, an act of war. So far, President Trump's language has been more guarded. But earlier today, he announced new sanctions on Iran off the back of the attacks. In the last hour, he was asked about the possibility of retaliation.
It's very easy to attack, but if you ask Lindsay, ask him how did going into the Middle East, how did that work out? And how did going into Iraq work out? So we have a disagreement on that, and you know, there's plenty of time to do some dastardly things. It's very easy to start, and we'll see what happens.
Thank you so much for joining CNBC. I want to kick off by asking you to address Iran's foreign minister's comments directly. He essentially suggested that Saudi Arabia would be willing to fight to the last American soldier, as well as raising the prospect of an all-out war.
That's ridiculous, and it's not the first time he said something ridiculous and laughable. Saudi Arabia and the United States are allies. The attack that Iran conducted was an attack against the whole world, not just Saudi Arabia. And now they're trying to justify it. They're trying to find ways to create divides, but that's ridiculous.
Powiedział, że oponował po prostu przeciwko tej ustawie Kongresu i powiedział, że to nie może być dlatego, że Arabia Saudyjska jest największym naszym sojusznikiem. Po prostu to bije nasze interesy geschäftowe, czy tam biznesowe z Arabią Saudyjską. Także nie może naciskać na Arabię. Ale przyjdzie czas, na pewno, przyjdzie czas. Jeżeli Polska ulegnie, a prawdopodobnie rządzący Polską już obiecali w jakiś tam sposób, że oni tam w jakiś sposób zrekompensują nie wiadomo czego, nie wiadomo komu, nie wiadomo co, to przyjdzie czas i na Arabię Saudyjską. Ale dzięki takim siłom, które powstają w Polsce, przyjdzie czas i na Arabię Saudyjską. Ale dzięki takim siłom, które powstają w Polsce, na pewno zniweczymy ten plan, nie powiem amerykański, na pewno zniweczymy ten plan, nie powiem amerykański, ale plan syjonistyczny, plan, no powiem żydowski właściwie, który syjonistyczny, plan, no powiem żydowski właściwie, który polega na przewłaszczeniu Polski. Już przewłaszczyli prawie w dużym stopniu Ukrainę i teraz próbują przywłaszczać Polski za pomocą rządzących Polską, niestety, ale ten układ rządzących na pewno się zmieni na korzyść narodu polskiego, na korzyść Polski. Czyli Polska jest na smyczy Stanów Zjednoczonych. Zresztą świadczą o tym tylko też postępowania pani ambasador Stanów Zjednoczonych w Polsce, która już wtrąca się do spraw ekonomicznych Polski. Także rozsyła pisma, które natychmiast zostają realizowane i nie wiem, jakie jest intencje, nie wiem, jaki będzie koniec po prostu takiego poddaństwa. Ale wracam do tej wojny z Iranem. Nie wiem, kto planuje tą wojnę i kto chce ją realizować. Tak jak wiemy, powiedzmy wojny Polsce nic nie zagraża. Polska dzięki swojemu narodowi, dzięki wytrzymałości psychicznej właściwie narodu polskiego wytrzyma i na pewno ta elita, która nas chce wpakować w jakieś tam nieprzewidziane rzeczy, na pewno zniknie prędzej czy później.
A w tym kontekście, cytując słowa byłego już ministra spraw zagranicznych, czy to jest tak, że ta właśnie wspomniana przez pana elita robi łaskę Amerykanom za darmo?
Na pewno, dlatego że no, to znaczy żona tego pana też jest z pochodzenia, powiedzmy, żydowskiego. Ja nie mam nic przeciwko Żydom, ale no, syjonizm po prostu panuje tutaj w Polsce. Ja tu już wspomniałem dzisiaj o tym, że my udzielamy niego klucza, tyłek Amerykanom i to jest
narodowym.
Ja myślę, że nie tylko
Sytuacji, czy to jest tylko takie powiedzenie na wyrost, a jednak Polska jakąś tam politykę reprezentuje, tylko niekoniecznie zbieżną z interesem narodowym?
Ja myślę, że nie tylko łaskę robi mi, ale daje mi po prostu tyłek Amerykanom i to jest bez żadnego szwanku dla reputacji. To znaczy, to jest, może mieści się w standardach elity rządzącej. Natomiast to naprawdę to naród polski czerpi z tego, dlatego że stosunki z krajami, z którymi łączyła nas bardzo dobre kontakty, no są coraz gorsze, z którymi oczywiście.
Czy może coś tracimy poprzez zaangażowanie się w wojnę w Iraku, w Afganistanie, ostatnio także w Syrii jakieś polskie jednostki się pojawiły?
Na pewno tracimy reputację. czyli Polska jest na smyczy Stanów Zjednoczonych. Zresztą świadczą o tym tylko też postępowania pani ambasador Stanów Zjednoczonych w Polsce, która już wtrąca się do spraw ekonomicznych Polski. Także rozsyła pisma, które natychmiast zostają realizowane i nie wiem, jakie jest intencje, nie wiem, jaki będzie koniec po prostu takiego poddaństwa. Ale wracam do tej wojny z Iranem. Nie wiem, kto planuje tą wojnę i kto chce ją realizować. Tak jak wiemy, powiedzmy wojny Polsce nic nie zagraża. Polska dzięki swojemu narodowi, dzięki wytrzymałości psychicznej właściwie narodu polskiego wytrzyma i na pewno ta elita, która nas chce pakować w jakieś tam nieprzewidziane rzeczy, na pewno zniknie prędzej czy później.
A w tym kontekście, cytując słowa byłego już ministra spraw zagranicznych, czy to jest tak, że ta właśnie wspomniana przez pana elita robi łaskę Amerykanom za darmo?
Na pewno, dlatego że to znaczy żona tego pana też jest z pochodzenia, powiedzmy, żydowskiego. Ja nie mam nic przeciwko Żydom, ale syjonizm po panuje tutaj w Polsce. Ja tu już wspomniałem dzisiaj o tym, że my udzielamy niego klucza, tyłek Amerykanom i to jest
narodowym.
Ja myślę, że nie tylko
sytuacji, czy to jest tylko takie powiedzenie na wyrost, a jednak Polska jakąś tam politykę reprezentuje, tylko niekoniecznie zbieżną z interesem narodowym?
Ja myślę, że nie tylko łaskę robi mi, ale daje mi po prostu tyłek Amerykanom i to jest bez żadnego szwanku dla reputacji. To znaczy, to jest, może mieści się w standardach elity rządzącej. Natomiast to naprawdę to naród polski czerpi z tego, dlatego że stosunki z krajami, z którymi łączyła nas bardzo dobre kontakty, są coraz gorsze, z którymi oczywiście.
Czy może coś tracimy poprzez zaangażowanie się w wojnę w Iraku, w Afganistanie, ostatnio także w Syrii jakieś polskie jednostki się pojawiły?
Na pewno tracimy reputację.
Joining me with reaction right now, retired four-star general and Fox News senior strategic analyst, General Jack Keane. General, my goodness, and these were the folks that we were going to be engaged in a deal with. I mean, we should remind ourselves of that. Perhaps seeing what the Iranians just did, sir, is yet again further indication that we don't want to be in business with them.
Oh, yeah. See, and we should remind ourselves when Secretary Kerry first approached the Iranians over the nuclear deal that turned out to be such a disaster, he rightfully put on the table as the first condition Iran's behavior in the region as a condition to sit down and talk. Iran said to them, our behavior in the region has nothing to do with nuclear weapons. We will not come to the table. And what we should have done then is said, okay, we'll see you next year, the same condition, and we're going to increase the sanctions. It is their behavior that is the major issue that we have to deal with. And here it is, front and center. What they're doing here, Trish, is they're conducting a military buildup inside of Syria. They've already got 130,000 rockets and missiles in Lebanon under the control of the Hezbollah. They want to get a similar capability in southern Syria so they can rain these weapons into Israel and go beyond the Israelis' capability to defend themselves, because they'd be coming from multiple locations and they'd be swarming at Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. They want to destroy the state of Israel. It's always been a strategic objective. They say it every year, and they're trying to go about doing it, but the Israelis are not going to let that happen.
Yeah, just pretty unbelievable stuff. General, let's talk a minute about these sanctions. Because we're sort of going it alone at this point, there's concern that it may not have as much of an effect. Do you think that others will follow our leadership here? Do you think that the Europeans will come along? And let's not forget, if you're a European company that's doing business in Iran, we may not take too kindly to you doing business with us. So is that going to be some additional economic pressure that may result in additional countries coming to our side of the table?
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, it's really something. All the Sunnis are with us, and certainly the Israelis are with us. Why is that? Because they live in a neighborhood that the Iranians are trampling all over their interest and our interest. But the Europeans are not with us. Why is that? Because they have financial arrangements with the Iranians, and they want to continue those financial arrangements. We're going to have to be tough on the sanctions. Trump's economic advisors are telling us that they're going to be tough. We're going to have to do the secondary sanctions against companies, European companies that are doing business with the Iranians. I do believe eventually the Europeans will come with us, but for the time being, they're not there. But I think there's going to be economic persuasion that'll bring them there.
What do you say, General, to those who say, oh, my goodness, we're out of this thing. How could we possibly be out of this thing? Because now we're just giving them a greater ability to create a nuclear weapon down the road. Your response?
Well, first of all, the nuclear deal gave them that capability, gave them the pathway to a nuclear weapon. By 2030, there would be no inspection in the country whatsoever. And that's the reality of it. And by not going to the military sites, we have no way of knowing if they're not developing those weapons in any event, because we don't have that kind of access. So now I think what will happen to the Iranians, I do believe, is eventually they may come back to the table as well. And why is that? Well, because they got currency problems, they got inflation problems, they got overall economic problems. They can't afford to have these sanctions slapped right back on them again and not be able to sell all that oil that they've been selling ever since the sanctions have been removed in the summer of 2015.
General,
that's the reality.
It is the reality. And when we stick to our guns and we actually enforce sanctions, and we force other countries to enforce the sanctions that we've put in place, meaning we don't do business with someone who's doing business with Iran, then we're talking about something. We're talking about really being able to have a real kind of pressure on these economies, these countries, very quickly, because I have you here. Before I let you go, General, it feels like a very historic moment. I said yesterday, I remember when I was a kid and the Iranian hostages were freed in January 1981, seeing that these detainees from North Korea have been brought back to the U.S. certainly took me down memory lane in some ways. Walk us through the significance of what it means, General, for our upcoming summit, if you would, in Singapore with Kim Jong-un.
Yeah, well, I'm absolutely convinced that Pompeo told Kim Jong-un, we need the hostages before the summit or there'll be no summit. We're not going to come to the summit and then negotiate for Americans that you're holding hostage. That's not going to happen. So thus we got the hostages back. Listen, when you talk tough and you carry a big stick, and the big stick is the United States military behind the tough talk, we've got their attention. I just got back from the Far East, from Japan last night, and I'll tell you, the Japanese, I'm talking to the government there, they are absolutely convinced that there is a potential here for a real breakthrough with North Korea, and they said there's only one reason this is happening. They have one word to describe why it's happening, and that word is Trump.
Wow. And I know you said the same exact thing to me, General, and I've said to you, how is it that it's happening now? You said Trump, Trump, Trump. So whether you like him or not, with some of the personal characteristics that may, discourage others from being enthusiastic, when it comes to the actual policy of keeping our world safe, what kind of grade is he getting in your book?
Oh, he's getting a high grade in my book. And that's what there's two rogue nations. One is North Korea, the other one's Iran. Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons. President Trump is not going to let them get nuclear weapons. That's why he stopped the pathway to the nuclear weapon, which was the nuclear deal. And the other nation has nuclear weapons, and he's given them two choices. Either you voluntarily give up those weapons, or you're going to force me to come there and take them away from you. And that's where we're going.
All right. General Keane, thank you so much. Good to see you.
Poland and Iran are in a spat. Left to their own devices, it's a spat neither country would want. But so it goes, with Poland set to host an international summit February 13th and 14th that has been widely seen as an anti-Iran conference. The conference came at the initiative of U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo during his trip to the Middle East earlier this month.
Nations are rallying to our side to confront the regime like never before. Egypt, Oman, Kuwait, and Jordan have all been instrumental in thwarting Iran's efforts to evade sanctions.
Poland then agreed to host the event and to be its co-chair. Iran hit back, canceling a Polish film festival that had been set for Tehran, slamming the Polish government on social media. So Poland faced a choice, Iran or the United States. When Washington calls, Polish analysts say, Warsaw needs to answer.
The main point for
Asia, that is the case that many of the very important and key players in the Middle East are actually not present. Some of them were not invited, some of them were actually rejecting the invitation. But all in all, this meeting has sparked a lot of controversies. But anyway, let's start from the beginning. Let's start from earlier today when U.S. Vice President Mike Pence arrived to Warsaw. U.S. Vice President Mike Pence arrives at the joint Polish-American military base on the outskirts of Warsaw, together with Polish leader Andrzej Duda. He's leading a U.S. delegation which has high hopes of forming a much broader coalition against Iran. But before setting off for the meeting, Pence explains Washington's vision of Pax Americana to those present.
Just in the past 2 years, President Trump signed the largest investment in our national defense since the final days of the Cold War. We released a national security strategy advancing peace across the wider world as well. Peace through American strength and the strength of strong alliances with freedom-loving nations around the world.
Words that will undoubtedly resonate around the world, particularly in the shadow of this Warsaw Conference. And an agenda which has sparked a lot of controversy even before it's begun, and even here in the host country.
It also grew an opposition towards this conference, so much so that at the eve of this information that the conference would take place here, the Deputy Foreign Minister of Poland was sent to Iran in order, let's say, to appease the Iranian establishment.
But Tehran wasn't concerned. In fact, its foreign minister quickly dismissed the whole conference as a charade.
It's another attempt by the United States to pursue an obsession with Iran
that is not well-founded. And I think the fact that they're not even aiming to produce any agreed text, rather they're just attempting to make a statement by themselves on behalf of everybody, indicates to you that they don't even believe it's a serious affair.
Although it is a two-day conference, it is fair to say that the main event for the conference will happen tomorrow on Thursday. And it is expected by the news which we just received that Jared Kushner, personal advisor to US President Donald Trump, he will apparently tomorrow reveal a very much and long prepared strategy for peace on Middle East. According to the news reports, this is going to be a groundbreaking deal, and that is something that all of us will be, well, very carefully watching what is going to happen tomorrow. Anyway, back to you, Azier. It was an opportunity to rally support for the U.S. agenda in the Middle East. But only those who share Washington's vision came to the conference in Warsaw. Former Saudi Foreign Minister Adel al-Jubeir joined others from the Arab world to share a platform with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu for the first time.
It was a historical turning point where an Israeli Prime Minister and several foreign ministers from leading Arab countries.
Iran wasn't at the conference, but some of the participants singled it out as the biggest threat to Middle East peace.
There was not a defender of Iran in the room. No country spoke out and denied any of the basic facts that we all had laid out about Iran, the threat it poses, the nature of the regime.
The US has tried to persuade its European allies and other countries to abandon the 2015 Iran nuclear deal and suspend all trade with Iran. But not everyone shares the US position, and those who disagree decided not to come to this conference.
Top leaders from Germany and France were absent. So was the EU Foreign Policy Chief, Federica Mogherini, who were absent.
Conference.
Top leaders from Germany and France were absent. So was the EU Foreign Policy Chief, Federica Mogherini, who helped negotiate the nuclear agreement.
Because it was called in such haste, I'm not sure whether there was enough diplomacy put into this effort to have a joint European voice.
Apart from tackling Iran, delegates also discussed prospects for peace between the Israelis and Palestinians. US President Donald Trump's son-in-law and advisor Jared Kushner tried to gauge Arab buy-in for his Middle East peace deal. The plan hasn't been released, but US officials say it will be made public after elections in Israel in April.
Well, there is a lot of Arab buy-in, I think, for some kind of economic development, and I think that is the focus of what I understand of what Jared Kushner is briefing right now.
As the US-led conference came to an end, Iran's leader was in Sochi with Turkey's and Russia's presidents to discuss their own Middle East goals. And with competing visions on display in Poland and Russia, commentators say the quest for peace in the Middle East might lead to more conflict. Ali Mustafa, TRT World, Warsaw, Poland.
haberlerle ilgili üzüntülerimi bir kez daha ifade etmek istiyorum. Kudüs, Sayın Trump, Müslümanların kırmızı çizgisidir. Filistin halkının İsrail'e destek mahiyetinde böyle bir kararın alınması insanlık vicdanına da vurulmuş ağır bir darbedir.
This writer compares secularism to a bat used to beat religious Turks. The speeches are to remind people of their roots, the sense of their struggle through Turkey's past and present, as they try to preserve religious traditions in a connected modern world.
Özgürlük bir kere kafanın içinde olan bir şey. Bu özgürlük sadece
Sönmez believes calling secularists out on their past mistakes is important. But she does not give the Erdogan government its authoritarian shift and crackdown on dissent a pass. To her, his government is a broken promise on a dangerous path.
Başlarda ben rövanşist olmadığını düşünüyordum. Samimi bir itirafla. Kozmetik düzenlemeler yaptı, kozmetik iyileştirmeler yaptı.
Will President Erdogan's grip get tighter? Will its founding fathers' dream of a secular democracy die? Will a Western ally become an enemy? These are fears that weigh on millions of Turks.
Were converted into religious ones. The change has been met with resistance from secular parents, many of whom have no choice but to place their child in such an institution. This and countless other attempts by Erdogan and his ruling party to Islamize the country have been met with widespread public opposition. This may come as a surprise, as official reports show that the country's population is somewhere between 95 and 99% Muslim.
And we do begin with breaking news. Turkey has launched a military offensive against the Kurds in northeastern Syria just days after President Trump said he was pulling U.S. troops out of the region who might have deterred this attack by Turkey. The Kurds have long waged a separatist movement that Turkey has violently sought to put down, but they've also been crucial partners to America, standing shoulder to shoulder with U.S. Special Forces in the fight against ISIS. Now those American forces are gone, and the Kurds are warning that the U.S. withdrawal has paved the way for their ethnic cleansing. Shortly after President Recep Tayyip Erdogan announced Operation Peace Spring on Twitter, warplanes from inside Turkey took off to strike their first Kurdish targets in northeastern Syria. Syrian Democratic Forces, comprised mostly of Kurdish fighters, reported airstrikes on civilian areas, sparking a huge panic and an exodus of people from the area. The Kurds say they are getting reports of civilian casualties from villages in this region, and Turkey says the operation is meant to drive out terrorists, which is what they call the Kurds, a key U.S. military ally or maybe a former military ally. CNN's chief international correspondent Clarissa Ward is in northern Syria. So Clarissa, tell us what you were seeing.
So, Brianna, we were right on the outskirts of the town of Ras Al Ain in the aftermath of those first wave of strikes coming from Turkish artillery. We believe we saw thick black plumes.
The Pentagon has confirmed U.S. troops in Syria have come under attack from the Turkish military. It's the first time a coalition base has been in the line of fire since Turkey began its offensive earlier this week. The Pentagon says the artillery explosion came within a few hundred metres of an area where U.S. troops are positioned. No troops were injured, but the Pentagon warned Turkey must avoid actions that could result in immediate defensive action by the U.S. Turkey
At the White House yesterday, President Trump answered questions about Syria and Turkey and his decision to pull back U.S. troops.
I think we're doing a great job. I think the people of this country, I campaigned on ending the endless wars. We're all over the world fighting wars. We are doing the right thing, and I think the country feels that too. We've had tremendous support outside of the Little Washington area, and even in Washington, people are saying you're doing the right thing.
At least a dozen Republican senators have publicly criticized the president's decision. Face the Nation moderator and senior foreign affairs correspondent Margaret Brennan joins us now. Good morning, Margaret. Based on your reporting, is it your understanding that the president has a support from people within his administration and national security team on this issue?
No, the Pentagon and State Department officials all the way up to the Secretary of State had argued for a much stronger response to prevent Turkey from harming U.S. allies in Syria. But this policy is being driven by the president's conviction here. He is totally convinced and solely focused that he needs to pull out U.S. troops.
Syria, on withdrawing forces in Syria, why are you siding with an authoritarian leader and not our Kurdish allies?
Well, I'm not siding with anybody. We've been in Syria for many years. You know, Syria was supposed to be a short-term hit, just a very short-term hit, and we were supposed to be in and out. That was many, many years ago, and we only have 50 people in that area. That's a small sector, and I don't want those 50 people hurt or killed or anything. I don't want anything bad to happen to our people, and I told that to President Erdogan. I said, don't hurt any of our people get hurt. Big trouble. Now, a couple of things. I think there's a lot of pressure on Turkey. They've been fighting with the PKK for many years. They're natural enemies. Have you read today a couple of reports saying that when President Obama started this whole thing, as you know, it was started by President Obama, that when President Obama started this whole thing, as you know, it was started by President Obama, war with Turkey and their longtime enemy, PKK, war with Turkey and their longtime enemy, PKK, and they're still there, and they're still hating each other beyond anybody's belief. But I have told Turkey that if they do anything outside of what we would think is humane, to use the word a second time, we talk about Hong Kong, we talk about this, they could suffer the wrath of an extremely decimated economy. And I've done it once. I did it with Pastor Brunson. You remember the Pastor Brunson? And they wouldn't give Pastor Brunson back, and they ended up giving Pastor Brunson back pretty quickly. Their currency fell at record levels, and lots of other things happened. And it was good. I have a very good relationship with President Erdogan. I want to see it happen. I will tell you this, though. We defeated ISIS. And when we were at 96 and 95 and 97%, I sort of said, let the other countries in the area finish it off. And I was met with a lot of anger from some people in our country. I said, all right, I'll finish it off. And I got together with our generals. I flew to Iraq. I got together, and we did it very quickly, far quicker than any general from here told us we could do it. We had some great people over there. They did it quickly. And I said to the European countries, you got to take your ISIS. You know, we have 60,000, maybe even 70,000 people. That includes families, that includes wives of fighters that were killed. We have many fighters that were killed in the battles. And we took it over. 100% of the caliphate I took over quickly. Nobody else was. It was a mess when I came to office, and I think most of you would agree to that. It was a real mess. I took it over, but then I said, what are we going to do with these 60 to 70,000 people that are being held and being guarded, and we can't release them, and many fighters also? And I said, I want them to go back to Germany, to France, to different European countries from where they came. And I said to the European countries, I said to all of them, take the people back. And they said, no, no, no, we don't want to do it. We don't want them back. I said, well, they came from Germany or they came from France. Take them back. And they're so used to the United States being a sucker, being a fool. We're talking about billions and billions of dollars. You're talking about life. You're talking about so many things, so many elements, and elements of complexity, because they're going to walk back into Germany. They're going to go back into these countries from where they came. So I said, take them back. And they said, no. And then I said again, I'm going to give you another 30 days. Take them back. And they kept saying no. Maybe they won't be saying no now. I don't know. So I told President Erdogan, it's going to be your responsibility. Now, really, who's responsible? It's really Russia, it's Turkey, it's Iran, it's Iraq, and it's Syria, and anybody else in the neighborhood, okay? We call it the neighborhood. It's not a friendly neighborhood. But these countries should do it. Now, ISIS is the sworn enemy of all these countries. Many of them they hate far more than they hate us, and those countries hate them at the same level as we do. They're terrible, terrible, savage killers. I said, take them back. But these countries are rich in most cases. They're powerful. They've got armies. They can do the work. But we're not bringing 50, 60, 70, or even 10,000 people to Guantanamo Bay in Cuba. We're not going to be paying them for the next 50 years or paying to take care of them for the next 50 years. So we told Europe, we did a great service to the world, and we did a great service to Europe in particular, where so many of these fighters came from. We said take them back, and, you know, unfortunately, like NATO, they take advantage. NATO, as you know, I got the Secretary General, Stolheim, said, and I think very loudly, Secretary General of NATO said that because of what I did, they have paid over $100 billion more money toward NATO defense. But that's still not enough, okay? It's still not enough, not fair, because the United States pays far too much relative, and obviously NATO affects them more. But like NATO, like trade with the European Union, which is a very tough group to trade with, very, very tough group, almost as tough as Japan, not quite. But they're a very tough group to trade with. They take advantage. And I said, look, you take them back. We're not going to do this. We're not going to put them in Guantanamo Bay and put them all over our prisons. So right now we're at a position where if Turkey does anything out of what they should be doing, we will hit them so hard in the economy. But when you talk about soldiers, we only had 50 soldiers in the area. I think the area it's a very small area, and very small area, but we only had 50 soldiers there. I don't want them to be in a bad or compromising position. And I will tell you this, everybody respects our country again. If we want to go in, if we have to go back for any reason, because bad things happen, but we're 7,000 miles away. These ISIS people, whatever you want to call them, these people are right there. They're right there. They're touching many of these countries that I just named. And, you know, I have to sign letters often to parents of young soldiers that were killed. And it's the hardest thing I have to do in this job. I hate it. I hate it. Afghanistan. I signed one the other day, Iraq. Syria. They get blown up by mines. They get taken out by a sniper. And I have to write letters to people. And we make each letter different. Each person is different. And we make them personal, but no matter what you do, it's devastating. The parents will never be the same. The families will never be the same. People are killed. Many people are still being killed. It's going to go on that way for perhaps a long time. And we're willing to do what we have to do, but there has to be an end game. And I want to thank everybody. And the other thing I want to thank, as a group, I want to thank the Kurds, because they were incredibly happy with this solution. This is a solution that really, well, it saved their lives, frankly. It saved their lives. So we've done a great thing for our partner. If we didn't go this unconventional, tough love approach, you could have never gotten it done. If we didn't go this unconventional, tough love approach, you could have never gotten it done. They've been trying to do this for many, many years. It's a great day for the United States. It's a great day for Turkey. It's a great day for our partners who have really worked. I mean, a lot of you let this go, you would have lost millions of lives. Don't forget, your friend President Obama lost more than 500,000 lives in a very short period in the same region. We've lost very little. But without that gunfire going back and forth, without those rockets going in both directions, without other countries moving in and potentially moving in and creating virtually a world war, without all of that happening, you would have never been able to make this deal. We have tried, but everybody's tried to make this deal for 15 years. They could never do it. It was only when it started, people started seeing how nasty it was going to be. It was going to be very nasty. Not only sanctions and tariffs, the war itself would have been very nasty. So they did things that they wouldn't have done. I just put out
Kurds are now much more inclined to do what has to be done. Turkey is much more inclined to do what has to be done. Turkey wouldn't have done this 3 days ago. The Kurds would not have done it 3 days ago. This is a situation where everybody is happy. And I'm happy because there's no fighting. We can bring certainly most of our people back home for the first time in many years. Mr. President.
The president creates a crisis and then goes in and tries to solve that crisis and then claims victory.
I think that's exactly what happened here. Tonight we saw the final betrayal of the Kurdish forces who fought alongside U.S. troops, who fought alongside U.S. Special Operations Forces in the fight against ISIS.
So, Porter, President Trump is now thanking the Kurds and hailing this as this, quote, amazing outcome. Is it an amazing outcome?
It is not. A couple minutes ago, Barbara covered it really well, actually. This is not a victory. This is not any kind of deal. The entire premise of the Turkish invasion was to set up a safe zone 20 miles deep into Syria that would be administered by them. This was unacceptable to the Kurds, which is why they are resisting the invasion. I don't think it will be acceptable to the Assad regime, and I don't think that either will accept this deal. So I don't think that this is any kind of progress. I fear now that having presented this as some kind of deal, once the Kurds and the Assad regime reject it, then the Trump administration will take that as they'll be able to go and say, hey, look, the Kurds didn't take the deal that we made for them, so this is all on them now, and they'll try and wash their hands of it.
It's my understanding it wasn't initially about fighting ISIS for you.
That's right. What I saw was in northeast Syria, it started with the Kurds, but now all the ethnic groups and communities of northern Syria are really working together on this project. But they started to build their own free, open, democratic society, which really champions the rights of ethnic and religious minorities and really champions women's rights. And in the midst, they were doing this in the midst of a brutal civil war where they're surrounded by ISIS on the south and a hostile Turkish state on the north. I saw a massive information war going on between the Syrian Kurds and the Turkish state. And I wanted,
just given your personal experience, your personal investment, if you could talk directly to the President of the United States right now about what's happening there, what would you say? What would you say?
I actually wouldn't really say anything to President Trump. Enter Donald Trump way on the wrong side of this issue, and anyone who's trying to defend his decisions is finding that there's a huge supply of misinformation out there produced by the Turkish state for them to cling to and try and justify Donald Trump's actions. And they spread this misinformation without understanding the context, where this information came from and what is motivating the Turkish state, without understanding the reputation and the track record of the groups on either side of this information war.
American hopes of uniting the world against Iran won't be an easy task for the US Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo. Crucially important countries are either pulling out or sending low-level delegations to the Warsaw summit aimed at curbing Iran's growing influence in the Middle East.
We'll have 60 countries, over 30 foreign ministers there from every continent save for Antarctica. This is a global coalition that is built to deliver on the important mission of reducing the risk that has emanated from the Middle East for far too long.
Iranian leaders who are not invited are denouncing the summit as a US anti-Iran circus. The Trump administration reimposed sanctions last year after pulling out of the 2015 nuclear deal between Iran and world powers. The EU, though, decided to stay. Responding to international concern about the conference and its motives, Polish government ministers say it will cover Syria, ISIL, Yemen, terrorism, trade and security.
The EU alone does not, in my opinion, carry sufficient political weight to try to really influence the situation in the Middle East. Only working together with the United States and broadly speaking to the community of democratic countries can we have a positive influence and achieve peace and stabilization of the situation in the Middle East.
70 countries are invited. Many are worried about a US backlash if they snub the summit. Analysts, though, doubt the gathering would ever be able to achieve its goals.
If you don't have Russia, if you have the indication by Europe that they're not going to send high-level people, that they may send lower-level people, I think that's a sign and a signal of concern, but also the limitations of what can actually be achieved. So not only regarding issues around Iran, but what can be achieved with some of the other goals that the U.S. has set for it.
But the U.S. has staunch supporters in the Middle East, such as Saudi Arabia, the UAE and Bahrain, which have repeatedly called for a tougher stance against what they say is Iran's destabilizing role in the region. The summit, which the US hopes will show how it can build a global coalition against Iran, could cause embarrassment for the Trump administration. Some countries are staying away, while others are distancing themselves from the US approach against Iran's regional ambitions, which combines sanctions with threats of international isolation. Hashim Al-Barra, Al Jazeera, Warsaw.
Poland's government has long been proud of its strong stance against migration. While other European nations welcomed in hundreds of thousands of people who'd fled war, Poland stood firm with its borders firmly closed. Warsaw has resisted taking in refugees from Syria, Afghanistan and Eritrea, among others. But then the government realized the country had a problem, a massive labor shortage. So their solution, oversee the largest influx of migrant workers the country has seen in recent history. Over the last few years, more than 2 million foreigners have arrived in Poland. They're mostly Christian from neighboring Ukraine. So are migrants okay so long as they're not Muslim? Well, to answer that, we're joined by Polish MP Dominik Tarczyński from the ruling Law and Justice Party. He's also the Vice President of the European Conservatives Group in the Council of Europe. Dominik, is that it? 2 million Ukrainians are okay, but not one Muslim, because that's just how you guys feel about it?
Good evening, Imran. Thank you for having me. It has nothing to do with religion. It has nothing to do with Islamophobia. It's all about safety. As I said previously, everyone is allowed to apply. Everyone is allowed to submit the documents, ask for the permission, ask for a visa, and then our interior minister will decide if he's needed for our society. The difference between immigration and refugees as a legal difference. You are mixing words. It's very important because the difference is quite big. First of all, refugee is the person who flees to the first safe country by the international law. Immigrant, especially illegal immigrant, is not welcome in Poland. This is what we promised, and these words will be kept. Basically, we are not talking about people who are in need. We are not talking about Muslims. We are talking about a law, international law and Polish law. We don't want any illegal migration in Poland. This is what we promised. This is why our government was elected, and not even one Muslim illegal migrant will come to Poland, ever.
What do you mean by safety? Why is safety connected to Muslim? Explain that to me.
First of all, that's very clear, very simple. In Germany, over 200,000 of so-called refugees just vanished, disappeared. Nobody knows who are they, where are they, and what are they going to do. Nobody knows. 200,000 people. Can you imagine how many people is that? It's just crazy. So this quota system, which was offered by Germany, failed, as we know, and this is against our safety in Europe. This is very huge issue. First of all, I'm talking about the terrorist attacks committed by radical Islamists. I couldn't hear very strong words from imams who would condemn this kind of attacks. That's number one. Rapes in Sweden, hidden for 13 months. I'm talking about the youth festival where girls were raped by illegal Muslim migration immigrants. And
you're saying it has nothing to do with Muslims, but then you're saying
Germany,
Muslims are terrorists and Muslims
where people
are rapists.
were raped as well, and that was hidden.
Right. Okay, but again, you're saying it has nothing to do with Muslims, but
of
Muslims
course
are rapists and terrorists.
But these cases, but these It's true.
Okay.
It's true, but these cases are committed by illegal Muslim migration, which was proven by the police in Sweden, in Germany,
an example,
in France, in many other countries.
Okay, so Dominic, let me take your logic then. And if I have to look at the biggest terrorist attack that has captured the international imagination in recent times, the Christchurch mosque attack, or mosque attacks, right? Carried out by someone calling himself a Christian, right?
And the difference, I
so
think the difference between us,
so
all the Western world condemned this attack.
Okay, so certainly. So is there then a safety problem with Christian migrants, such as the Ukrainians, because of that mosque attack?
No. First of all, the man in Christchurch was not a migrant. I think he should spend his whole life in jail. And as I said, the whole world, Western world, condemned that. I couldn't hear condemnation from the Saudi Arabia or other Sharia law states after many terrorist attacks in Sweden, where we have Malmö and other places where police is afraid to get in. So I'm talking about the scale and the reaction. The scale is completely different. And the reaction from our side, as a Christians and as a Western civilization, compare it with the Saudis, with Iran, where people are hanged for their homosexuality.
Okay, you're talking about Saudi and you're talking about Iran
religion.
and all these
it's
places.
Completely different.
Okay. But these are places that are not affected by migration, right? What I'm asking you, Dominic, right? Has Poland had a history of problems with Muslims? Yes or no?
No.
Okay.
No, not at
all.
all.
How many Muslims are in Poland?
Not at all. We've got Tatars. We've got Tatars who are, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Listen,
how many Muslims
we've
are in
got Tatars who are in Poland for 700 years.
Yeah.
1%, maybe.
It's less than 0.1%.
But what I'm trying to say, I'm trying to say that we want to have peaceful people. It has nothing to do with a religion. It has nothing to do with Islamophobia.
But you just told me it has
something to do with
As I said, we've
got Tatars who are so peaceful, who fought.
You just said you won't have one because they're related to terrorism and rapes,
modern,
right?
Radical. Imran, listen to me. I'm talking about the wave of illegal migration, which started in 2015. Not about religion, but it's linked to the religion and radical Islamists.
But if I have to look at Poland's history,
this wave and about this madness started by Germany in Europe.
Dominic, historically, Poland has had far more problems with Christians than they have had with Muslims, haven't they? Have Muslims been involved in partitions, death camps, invasions in Poland?
No. As you know, our King Sobieski stopped Muslims in Vienna. So that's the very huge achievement in the history of Polish history.
Okay,
if not King Sobieski,
in the 18th century, Poland was partitioned 3 times. Was it by Muslims?
Not King Sobieski.
In the 18th century, Poland was partitioned 3 times. Was it by Muslim powers?
You know what Hijra means.
And I'm saying you want to talk about Vienna. What I'm saying is, okay, if we want to go to history, Poland was partitioned 3 times. Was it done by Muslim powers? Dominic?
No, what I'm saying is, this war of civilization, as I call it, is just a fact. Okay? I'm not going to
those are the
Iraq,
words also of the shooter in
Saudi
Christchurch.
Arabia. I'm not going to Iran.
The shooter in Christchurch in his manifesto said he's fighting this war of civilization as well. Against Muslims that he can't name that are all against it.
I know. Okay, but how many terror attacks? How many terror attacks were committed by Christians in the name of the religion? How many were them were shouting, Christ is the Lord? None. 0. And every single committed by the Muslim is followed by Allah Akbar.
Yes,
that's just the fact.
Okay,
and the difference between criminals,
it's the association
Christian
you're
criminals,
making with,
is that they are not committing it in the name of the faith.
Can I go back to your agreements with Brussels, or you're being a part of the club, right? So as an outsider looking in, as Poland being a member of the European Union, when it came to the quotas, so the European Union said, okay, guys, we're all in the same club together. There's a refugee crisis, right? And we need to have quotas. We need to share the burden. From the outside looking in, it looked as if, with Poland, it was as if everybody had agreed to go out to dinner and split the bill. Everybody went out to dinner, everybody ate, but at the end, hold on. At the end, Poland said, oh no, I'm not paying because I took my other friend out for lunch earlier and I paid. I brought in Ukrainian migrants. I brought in 2 million. So I don't want to be a part of this burden. Why do you guys stay a part of this club if you so fundamentally disagree with the Germans and the others on absolutely everything? Why do you bother?
Because Germany and Russians, they want to drink Dom Perignon, and they want us to drink water. That is the difference. So if they want us to have a lunch together and split the bill, they have to eat the same thing and they drink the same thing. The club means that we are equal. We have the same rights and the same duties. But it doesn't work this way. Germany asked for a deal with Russians. I'm talking about Nord Stream 2. French, they are selling Mistrals to Russia. They are making a business. They don't care about our safety. And then they want us to pay the bill. It doesn't work this way. It's not going to work this way. We will never agree for the deals with the Russians and not saying anything.
Right.
So if they want solidarity, if they want to have this club with us as a partners, they have to behave like a partners. Mistrals from France and Nord Stream 2 are the symbols. Obviously, there is much more to be given as an example. So, first of all, it's not us who started this madness. It's Germany who started.
Right.
Angela Merkel was looking for cheap labor, so she found out that they want to work, that they want to contribute to this society by their taxes. They don't want to learn language. And then she decided, okay, so let's spread them around. Let's say that this is our responsibility, not mine. And then we're going to get rid of this problem. No, no, no. We're not going to take any of those. It's not our war. It's not our colony. We never had any colonies in our history. So we want to be a partner. We want to be equal partner with the same rights and the same duties. That's why I keep repeating, not even one illegal will come to Poland ever.
Absolutely zero.
Zero illegal immigration into Poland.
And what I mean by zero is that when this madness was started by Angela Merkel, when she decided to take like hundreds and hundreds of thousands, then she found out that they are not a cheap labor, that they don't want to learn language, they don't want to contribute to the society by their taxes, but they want money, they want social, and they want to blow themselves up sometimes. So she decided that, so we've got a problem. Let's say that this is a European problem. I started it, so let's spread them around. Let's do this quota system. And that's when we said, no, no, no, my love. We're not going to take any of those. Keep them, pay for them. We're not going to take responsibility for your madness.
And you've said, so Poland has taken zero of Angela Merkel's migrants that she's tried to foist on you.
That's correct. And this is what we promised during the campaign. Because she was looking for cheap labor. Macron, when he won on the election night, he says that he wants to change European Union with Germany, so he doesn't want to cooperate with the member states, but he's going to change Europe with Germany. So you know what, France and Germany, stay there. If you don't like European Union with Poland, Hungary and others, you can stay and have your own European Union. We're not going to leave. What they're trying to say, they're trying to say, oh, you should leave EU, or these governments are so populist, they want to leave EU. No, no, if you don't like European Union with us, you're going to leave. Yes. We're not going to leave, we're going to change it.
And on
the but there are countries.
Only Poland.
It is true, only Poland in this debate, but there are countries who are still
wavering.
That's right.
Austria,
Italy. They are still.
I want to shake them.
I know. They will. You know, I don't want to say that, but if there will be another terror attack, society will push on the governments. I'm very proud of the internal minister in Italy, a councillor of Austria doing good. A whole Visegrad group is behind us. Maybe they are not so brave, but they are supportive. Step by step, they're gonna be like strong, and then they will speak out. I'm sure about it. And it's not only about it's not about only them. I think the whole European Union knows how bad it is.
And a message for them is that Poland is the safest country in Europe.
It's number one in the whole continent, not European Union. Number one.
So Poland is number one in the whole of
Europe as a continent, not only European Union.
In the whole of Europe,
Whole
for
continent.
safety
The
for
safest.
women.
And we have number 4. We are number 4 on the lowest unemployment. It's the lowest in the history. So we need people to work, actually. We need professionals. And we are number 3 about the economy.
Your GDP is massive.
It's just great. It's just booming. But the most important thing is safety. I'm a politician at the moment, and we are all gonna go one day from the parliament, and we are gonna go on the, we're gonna die. So my son, my grandson will be safe if we're gonna take action now. And this is what our government do. This is what we does.
And when you think of lists of countries, because our audience that at Rebel Media, they are from Canada, they're from America, they're South Africa, Australia, the countries that you see, when I see us as a sort of trajectory, England, the UK is very far down, it's lost.
I'm really sorry for you. I really feel sorry for you.
London has fallen, right? And
Yeah.
Sweden is fallen,
That's
in my
right.
mind. Where do you see other countries following behind that internationally? When you spot them, you go, you're not far away from following the UK down a very bad road. Who are those countries?
Look at what's happening in Paris in France. Great daughter of the church. What's happened with you, France? What has happened with you? Then you've got Luxembourg. Then you've got Netherlands. It's so bad. I'm the delegate for the Council of Europe. When I listen to what they are talking about when they have these meetings and committees and all this and that, these countries where they are having this leftist governments, they are crazy.
Canada, maybe the same. Canada, I think.
I'm really sorry. The Prime Minister, Canadian Prime Minister, is following this terrible track, and if he's not going to be changed, Canada's going to be gone, and that's why President Trump is so important for the world now, because until he's winning, no one really believed that a change is possible. So my message would be: do believe in a change, vote, wipe them out. Get leftists into the history and take responsibility into your hands. It's not about you, it's not about the moment that you're a politician, it's not about your seat, it's about your daughters which might be raped. Do not let your daughters to be raped by the Islamists, because this is what is happening now in Germany, in France, in Sweden. If you love your daughter, don't let Islamists to rape her. This is just a picture, this is just a symbol.
And as a, someone like myself,
we are having a new elites, because in the past, European elites were leftists, calling themselves Democrats or whatever they call themselves, leftists, post-communists. They were elites now. And I think we are having a new elites, which are really elites. I'm not talking about myself, about Mr. Trump and others, who wants to change because too many people died. I'm still trying to say that this is not about this, it's not about politics. I mean, it is, but not politics itself for the politicians. It's about the future. So people are really scared. That's why I want you to have a walk with me in Warsaw.
I will. I will.
To see the difference. You know?
Yeah, I do. And it is a feeling you have. You have a feeling in Sweden, central Sweden versus the suburbs.
No, I couldn't get out of the car. I couldn't get out.
No, it's a dangerous place,
It's
I know.
crazy.
Tell me how many mosques there are in Warsaw.
I do not know any, to be honest.
None?
I do not know any, really. I know that the Saudis offered to build one, so I responded. I said, if you want to build the mosque, I don't mind, because it's a free country, democratic country, but we're gonna pay for the cathedral in Saudi Arabia. So then the silent appeared. No one really responds. I don't mind, really. If they want to have a partner as a human being.
You said, fine, you'll build a cathedral in Saudi.
Yeah, we're gonna pay for it.
I love you. And
So-
tell me.
Speak out, and you cannot let anyone to put you very important for the society. You have to speak out, and you cannot let anyone to put you into the box of the ashamed people who are called fascists. Don't let them using this Islamophobia term all the time. I mean, if they want to, they can call me an elephant, But we have the saying in Poland. You know what I mean? We've got the saying. I don't have to prove in Poland that I don't have to prove that I am not a camel. This is the saying in Poland,
And what is it then? What is it about Polish people, about the people who voted for your party, about the people that said, actually, we want to stand up for Poland being like Poland? What is it about your culture that made it resistant to...
History. We know how it is not to be independent. We know how it is to be occupied. We know how it is to to be without identity for 126 years. We've been occupied by Soviets for 70 years. We were forced to be atheists. The church was like just kind of underground church. So we had German occupation, then we had Soviets for 70 years. And we really cherish our freedom. We don't want to lose it by radical Islamists. We had Hitler, we had Stalin. We're not going to let any of those coming back in any time of the history. So I think, sadly, you have to suffer for some time, I think, to really feel the value of freedom, of Christian identity. And Christian identity, I'm not saying that everyone has to be a Christian, but we are in Europe. Christian identity as a Greek philosopher, as a Christian culture, as a Roman law, as the part of our life. If you want to have a Sharia law, I don't mind. Be open, be merciful, as they say, because they're trying to say that this is humanitarian attitude. You know, stick it. Just take it, you know, this humanitarian. I don't care. If they're trying to tell us that they are better than us, they're better human, open, you have to show your solidarity. I don't have to do it. No. All I have to do is to care about my family. This is what our government does.
I hear you now. Italy's leading the charge. Poland, Hungary, Austria's verging on the edge of
they will be there. They will come.
What other country is going to follow? Where's next?
I hope 28 countries, 28 member states of EU will. If not, EU will collapse. That's it. That will be it. That will be it. If this madness will not be stopped, the European Union will fall. I don't want it. But this is what is going to happen. That's why I'm absolutely sure the next elections, May 2018, to European Parliament will just change the face of the European Parliament and will change the politics in Europe. 100% sure. Because what is happening now, people are, you see, for so many years, we've been called many names, and the media, liberal leftist media, they created a picture of us, I mean conservatives, as a less educated, less attractive,
stupid, xenophobic, racist.
You don't want to even touch it. You don't want to go close to it.
Deplorables. For
that's right. That's right. So that's this one word changed the whole
the whole dynamic. Of that.
And that's how campaign changed. That's why Mr. Trump won. And now my grandpa fought with fascists. I hate fascists. I hate communists. You know, by the way, Hitler killed 60 million people and Stalin killed 200 million people. So what's worse, to be called fascist or Stalinist? They are Stalinists. Even if now, this is a second or third generation of communists. You know, and if they call me fascist, I call them Stalinist. I don't really care. So again, what I care is my mom, to have a good, nice lunch on Sunday with my mom outside in the garden. No one is shouting, there's no mosque and all this and that. Again, it's not about Islamophobia. It's not about this or that religion. If you're Muslim, if you want to come, if you want to pay the taxes in Poland, if you don't want to blow yourself up, you can submit and ask for a permission. Then our minister will decide if you are needed in our society.
Yeah,
but let's not talk about it.
And have you met Angela Merkel in the flesh?
Not yet, no. I'd love to.
Because I really want to see that meeting when it happens.
I'd love to. I mean,
I know I would love for you to.
Yeah, I'd love to meet her and speak to her and ask her why she's still calling herself a Christian Democrat. That's the very, very basic question. First of all, why she's calling herself Christian, and why she's calling her Democrat. What she does has nothing to do with a democracy. Why are they hiding the facts about the rapes of illegal Muslim immigrants for over 12 months? Why are they hiding all this information? What is happening? Why, there's so many questions, which proves that she has nothing to do with democracy. So she's calling herself Christian Democrats. Next year she's going to call herself a pope. It's just ridiculous. It's just full of lies.
Well, to discuss this, let's go to Warsaw and speak to Polish MP Dominik Tarczynski of the ruling Law and Justice Party. And from Washington, D.C., we have Shai Franklin. He's the former director of the World Jewish Congress and has consulted for several European governments on how to combat anti-Semitism. Gentlemen, I'm looking forward to this discussion. Let me begin with you, Dominik. Why is this so important to the Polish government right now, where you can't accuse Poland of atrocities during World War II. Why is this a priority for your government?
It's not about government. It's about Polish pride, history, and the truth. It's about Polish nation. It's about me as a grandson of this Polish soldier who fought against Nazis, against Germany, against Soviets. So this is very important to me, and there is no even one family in Poland which was not affected by the Second World War. So every member of the Polish government, everyone in Poland should be interested to fight for the truth. And this is the step which should be taken long time ago. So if someone is trying to tell me that me as a grandson of the soldier who fought against Germany, not fascists, not Nazis, Germany, is responsible for the Holocaust, and the Poland is responsible and cooperated in the institutional way with the Germany, I cannot let that happen. I cannot let anyone say that because it's not true. Okay. Official data is absolutely clear. Polish people were killed. 6 million. Your data is not very specific. 6 million people, Polish people, were killed. 3 million of them were Polish Jews, Polish citizens. Right. So our bill, our act, is in the memory of Jewish citizens, Jewish Polish citizens as well.
Okay, but Dominic, some of them were not killed directly by Nazi soldiers. Some of those people, Polish citizens, were killed by fellow Polish citizens. So when people debate this, would you accept that they're not necessarily blaming...
as well.
Certainly, but they're not necessarily blaming the Polish government, but they're saying Poles were complicit in atrocities during World War II. This is just fact. This is just history. Why are you shutting down any free speech about this?
No. We're not shutting the free speech. If someone is trying to blame Poland as a nation and the Poland as an institutional cooperator with Germany, it's not true. We were fighting against them. Obviously, there were some Poles who committed crimes, and we're condemning this. And there were some Jews, Polish Jews, who killed Jews. That's history, and that's a fact as well. Okay. So everywhere, when these terrible wars are taking place, this kind of horrible behavior happened, but the nation cannot be blamed.
Okay, so let's get Shai Franklin's response to this. Does that make sense to you? The man's saying, why is the criticism or maybe revisiting the history and looking at the atrocities that some individual Poles might have been involved in, why is that being conflated with Poland as a nation being involved in the Holocaust? That's why they feel this is so important as a matter of national pride. Do you accept that argument, Shai?
I don't accept the premise, because the view that Poland as a nation was complicit with the Nazis is a marginal view. It's discredited by most historians. Criminalizing the discussion about who was involved and at what level, it puts a stain on what could be a very proud chapter of Polish resistance in Poland's history. You cannot legislate pride. We're having a debate here in the United States, in fact, about are we proud to be Americans, and what does that mean? And should there be laws, and should there be new libel laws against the press for making criticism or revealing facts about the president or other politicians? And there's a vigorous debate, and we can have a vigorous debate, and we can have thoughtful discussion. There's a thriving Jewish community now in Poland, and what was a huge Jewish community is now small, but it's a thriving community. There's rich cultural heritage. There's a history of collaboration among the cultures in Poland. This seems to shut it down, and it fits into a broader framework of great concern to many here in the United States and to many Jews, including in Poland, which is the shutdown of civil society, or I should say crackdown on civil society. In fact, the president now has signed the bill and referred it over to the Constitutional Tribunal, which has conveniently now been placed under his government and under the parliament. So the separation of powers is a concern. To have this law come now and to come the day before the International Holocaust Remembrance Day, I think it shuts down debate, and it's very unfortunate.
Okay, so criminalizing this and the fact that you could spend up to 3 years in jail for this is what Shai is against. Dominic, doesn't the man have a point?
Okay, so the question is, I'd like to ask you, can we say that American Jews are responsible for Holocaust because they did not react for the reports from Poland about what's happening with their followers, with the Jews in Poland. Jan Karski, who was trying to convince and react, who prepared the report. Can we say that the American Jews are responsible for the Holocaust? Of course not. We cannot say that the nation is responsible. Again, this bill is penalizing someone who's blaming the whole nation. And then I'd like to speak to you about the specific data, not about historian opinions, but about data. Number one, collaborators with Waffen-SS, with the Germans. Belgium, 40,000 members. France, 20,000 members. Holland, 50,000 members. Estonia, Finland, Serbia, Italy, 15,000. Ukraine, 25,000. Poland, 0. And this is official data. This is not some kind of opinion or the book. Poland was the only nation when there was no collaborators with the fascists. And if you had some criminals who killed a neighbor, as you have right now, you cannot blame the whole nation.
So again,
this bill
you've made a good argument.
Protect
but again,
the
you
Jews' history and remembrance.
You made a really good argument.
Which were killed in Poland.
You made a really good argument, Dominic, for why you shouldn't even have the law. Because if there were no collaborators and those other countries have had far more collaborators, why do you even have to make such a fuss over this to draw attention to yourselves?
Because we are called now in many discussions fascists, collaborators. We are blamed for the Polish death camps. There was no Polish death camps.
That's a good point.
There was no
Polish
good point,
Dominic.
Death camps.
Dominic.
Shevak Weiss was very clear about it.
Okay, bear with me for a second.
There was no Polish death camps.
Good point.
Remember, German death camps.
Let me strengthen your own argument and pose it to Shai. And I'm glad you mentioned Jan Karski, because former US President Barack Obama, when he was honoring Karski, he mentioned the Polish government and he upset the Polish government. Here's what he had to say. Have a listen.
The Jews were being murdered on a massive scale and smuggled them into the Warsaw Ghetto and a Polish death camp to see for himself.
So Shai, it's that particular phrase, Polish death camp. That's the thing that grates with Dominic, with so many others. Obama made a mistake, right? And I guess, to be fair to these guys, this is what they're trying to prevent. They're saying, don't say Polish death camp because it wasn't authorized by the state.
I think President Obama, it was a mistake. I certainly would have tried to correct it, but it was a semantic mistake. It was a semantic misunderstanding. I'm positive that President Obama meant death camps in Poland. And the way the adjectives work and the way the adjectives translate into Polish might even make it seem more severe.
That's what he's supposed to say, and he should say that German death camps.
Excuse me.
And this is the point.
Did I interrupt you, sir? Sir, did I? Is my time over? Can I not speak?
Go ahead, Shai.
Can I speak? Can I complete a thought? Would that be okay?
Sure. Sure.
Have I been disrespectful?
Go ahead, Shai. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So, I'm not contesting. I'm not claiming. I'm not here to argue over the history of Polish collaboration, which didn't exist as a nation. It certainly didn't exist. And most historians don't say that either. So this seems like a pretext to crack down on free speech in Poland. And in fact, what's interesting is the opposition, when there's been opposition to this law, the reaction from the Law and Justice Party and from people to the right of it, some of them, has been to blame Jews. Now, in terms of Jan Karski and the American Jewish community, as an organized community during World War II, in fact, there are many Jews and many in the organized community and many historians today and many Jewish leaders and many Israeli leaders who do blame American Jewish leadership for not doing enough during World War II, for not listening to Karski, for not helping more, and for not going up against President Roosevelt. And we don't criminalize that in Israel or here. It's part of learning, it's part of growing, it's part of being a free society.
Okay, so Dominic, let me add something on to what Shai said. And this is going to irritate you, Dominic. I'm going to warn you now. I know you're going to say this is marginal, but it was widely reported Monday evening a small group of far-right advocates demonstrating in front of the presidential palace, demanding that Duda, this was last week, Duda sign the law. They had a banner. The banner said, "Take off your yarmulke, sign the bill," right? So let me add that to what Shai said. Is this all for domestic purposes, to whip up nationalistic, xenophobic sentiment, to kind of carry on that nationalistic wave? Does it have nothing to do with World War II and more about ramping up the right wing in Poland?
They should be jailed. That's what I think. If I would have authority and power, I would jail them. That's number one. Number two, do we have a freedom of speech which you care about and you are worried about, or we don't have a freedom of speech? That's number two, because you're mentioning a banner which, in my opinion, was prepared by someone who tried to work on internal politics in Poland. To me, it's sabotage. But those who stood there with this banner should be jailed, because I love Jews. I do love the history of Jews. I'm a Roman Catholic. The Old Testament, for me, it's a holy Bible. It's a holy book. I love the history of the Jewish nation. And my grandpa fought for the Jews to help them. Not only Karski, thousands of people tried to help. Over 120,000 Jews were saved by Polish. This is official data. What about Pilecki, the one who ran away from Auschwitz, prepared the report to fight for the Jews, to save them? No one helped him.
Right.
We have a huge examples when Poles were saving Jews. That's why I'm so, forgive me my behavior, but this is very emotional to me, because my family, because of help from my grandpa for 3 generations, were called Jews' friends. My family was called in many bad ways. And when I was young in school, I was called in this way as well. So I cannot let someone telling me, as I said, a grandson of those who fighted for the Polish and for the Jews, to be responsible as a nation for the Holocaust.
Okay.
So everyone is open to work on a historian book. Scientists are open, and there is no limitation of free speech. And if you think that there is, show me the article, specific part of the bill, which says that it will limit the freedom of speech. It's just not true.
Well, no, I mean, again, if somebody goes out, as you say, you said that those guys should be jailed. They were not jailed, right? And you're saying that there's no limits on free speech. Well, the bill seems to be absolutely clear. If you say that there was Polish, if Poland was complicit in World War II killings of Jews, particularly in the Holocaust, you can go to jail for 3 years. So how come there was free speech for those people who are saying, take off your yarmulke, Mr. President, but there's no free speech for somebody who might question Poland's role in the Holocaust?
Again, I think they should be jailed. It has nothing to do with the bill, and this is hate speech, in my opinion. That's number one. Number two, the question is, did we have Jews killing Jews in Poland during the Second World War? Yes or no?
Sure you did. Sure you did.
Of course. And no one don't even think to call Israel responsible for the Holocaust. It's ridiculous. So we feel the same way. 3 million Poles and 3 million Polish citizens, Jews, were killed. We both fight it. And what? We can be called now actually fascists, responsible as a nation, as institutional way of cooperation.
Let me ask Shai.
Fascist and responsible.
Okay, let me ask
and Israel is not.
Sunny,
of course, both are innocent.
So you made an interesting point. Let me ask Shai if you think that comparison is disingenuous. There were some individual Jews who were involved in the killing of other Jews in the Holocaust. He's saying criticizing Poland for being involved in the Holocaust is the same as criticizing Israel for being involved in the Holocaust because certain Jews were involved. Is that a disingenuous point as an analogy, or is there some truth to it?
I think it makes no sense. I mean, Israel was not founded by the people who were many. Look, 3 million Polish Jews died, and if 1 million or 2 million or more Poles died in the war, there were still 30, 35 million Poles. There were 200, 300,000 Polish Jews left at the end of the war. There's no comparison. And the instances of where Jews might have actually killed Jews are so few. But I'm not here to argue the history.
Right.
You talk about fascists. I'm not calling you a fascist because I'm not calling anyone a fascist because of what Poland might or might not have done in World War II. I think that history has been settled, and there's no reason for me to argue against that. But what many people in the United States and in Israel and elsewhere are worried about is a rising, I wouldn't say fascism, but a rising right-wing extremism in Poland and in Hungary and in other countries, and this tension within the European Union and the maybe not so much in Poland, but in other countries, the resistance against immigrants and against refugees, that really frightens Jews, and it frightens the people here in the United States who want to see Poland continue on the path that it's taken. Solidarity. If your grandfather's story deserves to be shared, but it can't be heard right now because this law, which you do have something to do with, it's your party, and you're defending it now. You do have something to do with this law, and it does criminalize speech, a certain kind of speech. So nobody can hear your story, your wonderful, beautiful story, the story of Poland today, the culture, the heritage, the vibrant society.
You both made very emotional pleas to each other. Dominic, I'm going to give you the final word here because we're completely out of time. I'm going to go over by a little bit because I need you to respond. Dominic, final answer, please respond.
Thank you very much that you mentioned immigrants, European Union, right-wing. It's all about politics. You made the point. Democracy is the way we're celebrating freedom. And people, the nation, elected our government with such a huge numbers that we don't need coalition. Our people, our nation is against illegal immigration. And I'm very happy that you mentioned politics, because all of this is politics. The final word is we love and respect Israel. We fought for you. We fought for all who died. And let me tell you, it was 6 million Polish citizens, not 1 million or 2 Poles, which you mentioned. 3 million Poles and 3 million Jews, which were Polish citizens. Remember that.
Okay, Dominic Tarczycki and Shai Franklin. This was an important discussion to have, and I'm really glad to have you both on the program. Thank you very much for joining us on the Newsmakers.
Poland's president signed an amendment softening a controversial law that criminalized claims that the country or its people were behind Nazi concentration camps. The original law threatened fines and up to 3 years in prison for anyone who said Poland was complicit in the Holocaust or used terms like Polish death camps. But the law drew criticism from Israel and the US. Now the government has removed the threat of prison time from the law. The fines, however, will stay in place.
Polish lawmakers voted on Wednesday to water down a Holocaust law that angered the United States and Israel. It's to remove parts that impose jail terms on people who suggest the nation was complicit in Nazi crimes. 388 lawmakers were for and 25 against.
Celem tej ustawy było I jest nadal.
The purpose of this law was and still is to fight for the truth about the times of World War II. You know how this truth has been falsified in the last 30 years. And that's why this act is a kind of shock that was needed.
Jak bardzo zakłamywana była ta prawda.
Jews from across the continent were sent to be killed at death camps built and operated by Germans in occupied Poland, home to Europe's biggest Jewish community at the time. About 3 million Jews who lived in pre-war Poland were murdered by the Nazis, accounting for about half of all Jews killed in the Holocaust.
And a leftist. I don't think you could be a religious Jew and a leftist. Leftism it's its own religion. Unfortunately, I say this with great sadness because I do a lot of work with Catholics, but I think the Pope is an example. Do you know the Pope? The Pope was asked. People, your viewers should look this up on the internet. I wrote about this so they could even find it in a column that I wrote. The Pope was asked, while flying back, I think it was actually from Poland. He was flying back from Poland to Rome after the World Youth Day festivities in Poland, where Catholic youth from all over the world meet. and he was asked about the French Catholic priest whose throat was cut, throat was slit by a Muslim terrorist. And he was asked by the French Catholic news agency on the papal airplane, why don't you ever condemn Islamic terror? And his answer was, well, do I condemn all the Catholics in Italy who kill their girlfriends? But who's killing girlfriends in Italy in the name of the Catholic Church? These people are doing it in the name of Islam. I mean, that's so I'm going to come back to your question. You can't, in my opinion, leftism is a secular religion. You can't be a member of two religions. You can't be a leftist and a Christian, leftist and a religious Jew. It just doesn't work. You can try, people do try, but it doesn't work. It says in the Bible, do not favor the poor in a courtroom, in the book of Exodus. That is the anti-egalitarian. It's an example of, if a rich man and a poor man are in your courtroom, you have to rule according to justice, not social justice. Social justice is you rule in favor of the poor man. Justice is you rule in favor of who's right. You can't have them both at the same time.
Amen.
From Stettin in the Baltic to Trieste in the Adriatic, an iron curtain has descended across the continent.
Churches were closed. Part of the clergy were exiled to Siberia.
W tym komunizmie była ogromna beznadzieja i poczucie bezprzyszłości. I że każda zmiana beznadzieja. W tym komunizmie była ogromna beznadzieja i poczucie bezprzyszłości. I że każda zmiana, właśnie wolny świat, komunistyczny świat, to jest wojna atomowa, to był dogmat.
Then there was this incredible moment when John Paul said those words that changed the world, that were the first domino that started the chain reaction of the fall of communism.
Niech wstąpi duch Twój. Niech wstąpi duch Twój. Niech wstąpi duch Twój i odnowi oblicze ziemi tej ziemi.
There was no way that you could contest Soviet power by force. There was no way that you could contest Soviet power by force. It had to be contested by spiritual power, and he did it.
What John Paul II inspired was the conviction, I'm not going to live that way anymore. And out of that transformative revolution of conscience came the Solidarity movement.
John Paul II understood that men and women live and die for great ideas, and therefore he was essential to this dramatic new birth of freedom.
We all remember that Stalin famously asked at some point during the Second World War, how many divisions has the Pope? Well, he got his answer in June '79, more than Stalin could imagine. Many more divisions than Stalin could imagine.
Perhaps at no time in the 20th century had one man so influenced the nation.
It sparked a great movement of human liberation throughout Eastern Europe.
A revolution of conscience that confronted the lies of Marxism and Leninism. It led to the freedom of millions.
In June of 1979, Pope John Paul II would return to his homeland, Poland. His 9-day pilgrimage would change the world.
Born Karol Wojtyła in 1920, his encounter with Nazism and communism would shape his lifelong opposition to evil.
Every 30 years, the nation was losing its best people. Who were being killed, who were being deported, who were being exterminated.
It was all war all the time.
Afterwards, it was rather this everyday grayness of life without hope, just survival level, just survive.
From the moment he arrived in Warsaw, John Paul II began the liberation of his people through the power of faith and moral conviction.
The 9 days of John Paul II in June 1979 were 9 days on which the history of the 20th century turned in a dramatic way.
1/3 of the country saw him in person. Millions more witnessed his pilgrimage on television and radio.
Niech stąpi duch Twój I odnowi oblicze ziemi tej ziemi.
That was an appeal. Change Poland and the Spirit will be with you. That was a clear message that was taken by us.
The papacy was never more visible. And the Soviets learned this to their dismay, that he could turn their empire inside out.
Throughout the 2,000-year history of the papacy, only 2 popes served longer than John Paul II.
From his humble roots in Krakow, he became the leader of 1 billion Catholics, the most recognized and possibly the most influential man of our lifetime.
If anybody should know what communism means, it's a Pole. So this is what I mean. People forget. One generation later, people don't think it's all that bad. But it was very bad. And Poles should and often do lead right now. I'm proud of Poland today. I think it's doing some very good things. And people have to stand up to China. I'm much more worried about China than I am about Russia.
What does it say that Fox News is nicer to me than the lefties are?
I'm sorry?
What does it say that the conservatives are nicer to me?
It's a bizarre world, ma'am.
It's such a bizarre world. You know, I'm such a lefty. I mean, I'm a serious lefty. But I understand why people on the right call them godless. I mean, it's like, I didn't think the left was as mean as the right. They are.
Tolerance. It's a word we hear a lot these days. So let's define it. Tolerance is the ability to live with people whose opinions and behavior you don't agree with. That's essentially how Oxford defines it, how Merriam-Webster defines it, and how we as a society have always defined it. You might be for the death penalty and your cousin might be against it. You might be against a $15 minimum wage and your coworker might be for it. Your dad might have voted for Trump, your mom might have voted for Clinton, and your brother may not have voted at all. Whatever differences we have, tolerating others' opinions is a prerequisite to a functioning and free society. America itself was built on a foundation of tolerance. The Declaration of Independence guarantees us life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But there's an implicit contract there. To have your life, your liberty, and your pursuit of happiness, you have to be tolerant of somebody else's life, their liberty, and their pursuit of happiness. This contract, though, seems to be breaking down. If you listen to the mainstream media, only one side is living up to this deal, the left. The right, according to the media, is intolerant of everyone, except those darned white heterosexual Christian males. There's only one problem. It's just not true. Incredibly, the left isn't even tolerant of the very people they say they're tolerant of. If you're gay or black or an immigrant and you're not in lockstep with current leftist orthodoxy, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If you believe we should judge people on the content of their character and not the color of their skin, the left calls you racist. If you believe that America is a nation of immigrants, but that our country should also protect its borders, the left calls you a xenophobe. If you believe that men and women are equal but fundamentally different, the left calls you sexist. Here's the thing, those who only tolerate people they agree with or like aren't actually tolerant. So who is tolerant? Is it the organizers of the Women's March who had to apologize for the hurt and confusion they caused when they invited a man, leftist icon Bernie Sanders, to speak at their convention? Is it the Antifa thugs who caused UC Berkeley to spend $600,000 on security when mainstream conservative Ben Shapiro showed up to give a talk? Or is it Democratic Congresswoman Maxine Waters who scolded Kanye West for talking out of turn when he dared suggest that blacks should think for themselves? These aren't isolated examples. I'm guessing that you, person watching this right now, have silenced yourself because you don't want to suffer the wrath of the outrage mob. So let me ask the question again. Who is tolerant? Well, here's the surprise. It's actually those scary right-wingers that the media and the universities demonize. It's actually those scary right-wingers that the media and the universities demonize every day. I speak from personal experience. Maybe I'm a glutton for punishment here, but I still consider myself a liberal. And it's my duty as a liberal to say what I think. I would rather stand for what I believe and be hated than bow down and be loved. The left, sadly, has become utterly intolerant of anyone with whom they disagree. Why? Because they believe that they know how you should live and how you should think. Any deviation, any nonconformity is dangerous to that goal. Believe it or not, the right these days actually welcomes diversity of thought. I can tell you that in the last few years of my political evolution, I've consistently found conservatives to be tolerant and open-minded. Don't take my word for it, though. Test it out for yourself. Go talk to some. They do exist, and they do things like watch movies, travel, and eat ethnic food. You know, regular people things. You know what I found out? The right, much more than the left, believes in the notion of live and let live. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the true definition of tolerance. I'm Dave Rubin of The Rubin Report for Prager University.
We got an amazing video to show you out of Poland. That is where 60,000 people, including families, held a massive weekend march, chanting Nazi slogans and declaring support for white Europe. Today, the Polish government said it strongly condemns racist remarks, but insisted the march was largely an expression of patriotism. I got to get my panel back in here. Evan Siegfried, Eddie Gloyd. Evan, this is astounding. We cannot forget that it was Nazis that invaded Poland in 1939, bombed its cities, and ultimately killed 3 million people. Now on the streets of Poland, they're celebrating this. Help me out.
They were going out and they were chanting clean blood and calling for an Islamic Holocaust. And you'd think that the Polish government would say, this is wrong and this shouldn't be happening. But the Interior Minister called it a beautiful sight. You had the state broadcasting, which parrots the Polish leaders' talking points, calling it a great march of patriots. There's something very wrong which is going through European society when we have these leaders going out and endorsing such
Eddie, what
disgusting.
gives here?
There's ugliness over there, there's ugliness here. I mean, this is the Law and Justice Party that invited Trump to speak. This is the Law and Justice Party that put all of the pomp and circumstance out. This is the Law and Justice Party that was really excited that Trump cited, "We want God," that slogan, that verse from the old nationalist song. This is really ugly, and it's reflective of where we are as a country and the globe. And
Be
the world.
aware, this is happening around the world on our planet. We got to take a break. Come on.
Hey there, I'm Chris.
3 years ago, when the Law and Justice Party took control of the Polish government, Western media began a smear campaign against Poland. The new narrative is that the party and its supporters were embracing the far right and leading Poland down a racist, nationalistic path. The media in England, Ireland, Canada and the United States have slammed Polish patriots as racists and fascists. They claim their Independence Day march in 2017 was a far-right event attended by 60,000 neo-Nazis. Our rebel media coverage proved that was untrue. We met the people at the march, some politically involved, some not, and discovered that this was in fact a celebration of national pride and independence, attended by people from across the political spectrum. But the facts don't matter to the mainstream press, do they? And when Poland dared to challenge the EU's policy of accepting millions of migrants from all over the third world, they were slammed again as racist. This time, the chief of the European Commission accused Poland of racism for refusing to meet EU quotas. The European Union even triggered Article 7's disciplinary measures against Poland for attempting to reform their judicial system, which remains under control of communists. There is a story in Poland to tell, but it's not the story the mainstream media is telling you.
Well, I think it's the Polish government that has lost his senses, and not Mr. Lewandowski. Saturday, Mr. President, there were 60,000 fascists marched in the streets of Warsaw. Neo-Nazis, white supremacists. And I'm not talking about Charlottesville in America. I'm talking about Warsaw, Poland, at 300 kilometers, more or less, of Auschwitz and Birkenau. Well, I have to tell you, I thought that it should never happen in Europe, and that it should never happen also in Poland.
Second thing I got from Poland is that the view of Poland from outside Poland, the ideological view, the leftist view, the collectivist view, that they're all Nazis and fascists and xenophobes and white nationalists and so on, is not only false, is not only wrong factually, it's wrong morally. These are good, decent people who love their country and have suffered enormously to retain its integrity, and they should be celebrated and honored, not slandered for some obscure, nefarious political purpose. That is wrong. Freedom, you see, is like a fire. To have a fire, you need to go and gather the firewood. You need to light the fire. And then, my friends, you know what you need to do? You need to tend that fire. You need to make sure it does not go out. To do that, you warm yourself by the fire. Why? So that you can go out into the woods to gather more firewood, to keep that fire alive and pass it down to your children as your fathers passed it down to you. Poland is keeping that fire alive. The rest of Western Europe and the rest of the West is not. When the fire of liberty, history of your civilization, when it begins to diminish, when it begins to die out, there is a great temptation to huddle up close to that fire and to stay close and to warm yourself from the dying embers and fading coals of that fire, rather than go out into the woods to gather more wood, to feed that fire and bring it to life again. It is so easy to take that fire for granted and to imagine that the fire is not something you need to protect and feed, but it's like the sun. It burns of its own accord, it gives you warmth whether you work for it or not. It's false. It's false. And it's a destructive fantasy to imagine that the fire will last as long as you and your ancestors have wanted it and as long as you and your descendants draw breath. It will not. It will fade. It will vanish in this cold and chilly world of competition and Darwinian evolution and brutality. Liberty produces wealth that is a treasure that draws other cultures to steal, to take, and the way they do it is through guilt, through manipulation. Poland has embodied a memory that the rest of Europe has completely forgotten, the memory of what it means to suffer for your freedoms, and through that suffering, treasure those freedoms and keep them. Poland will last. The fires of liberty in Poland, while flickering and under attack as we saw with the attempted cancellation of the march, the freedoms in Poland are burning strongly, powerfully, and they are protected by very serious people who know what it is like to live under tyranny and therefore respect the effort needed to maintain liberty. Poland is a powerful country. It is a serious country. It is a country that has turned the scar tissue of a brutalized history into an intense muscularity for the defense of liberty and the West. Poland remembers what the rest of us have forgotten, which is this: the fire of liberty, fed by the blood and sweat and toil and bodies of your ancestors, is a delicate thing. Liberty is not constant. It is not a force of nature. It is not a force of gravity. It is not an element of physics. It is something that must be willed and protected and maintained and kept every single generation. Poland remembers what the rest of the West has forgotten, which is that your freedoms, which take generations to build, the fires of liberty that keep your civilization warm, can vanish and go out like that.
Hey, Poland, you're celebrating 100 years of regaining your independence. You're a beautiful nation with an amazing history, and I wish you all the best.